No sex. cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
I had to switch up the flow, show you the way that it go. God is good, but this life is hard. But it gets better when you grind it smart. I'm just really trying to leave a mark. We tired of being who they say we are. That's the baton, we gon' take it far. Always be real, we don't fake it all. Tired of 9 to 5, just making enough to survive. Only living on the weekends. You really thinking that's why I'm alive? Busting out the scenes, time to live my dreams, do the things deep inside of me. This life, it continues with fighting me, but I don't have quitting inside of me. I will not jump in these boxes they throwing me. Talking to God and there's so much he's showing me. Shaping me, growing me, taking me sowing seeds. A growing tree, y'all get a load of me. Yeah, don't let them slow me. I get the bag like a grocery. I'm on my grind like I'm supposed to be. And I do not care if you notice me.
Boxes, boxes. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
This isn't a robbery. Hands in the sky if you got a dream. Learn nothing was blocking me. I was the problem, the only one stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. This type of flow make a living break. Confessions over these 808s. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away. I mean, for heaven's sake, I'ma be the best. Came from the endless, I ain't with the games, bitch with the chest. Be beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. Every win is a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right beside me. The chances of quitting are likely. I do it like I'm in my Nikes. Don't make excuses, they never excite me.
Boxes, boxes. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Look, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas is. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We pack, man, you never gon' like us. Get them on sight now, let them on light. That way they know I'm more righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or trials. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or trials. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need an island. New watch is perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island. I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Yeah, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
for an incredible night. Oh, we're taking it up a notch. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. Wes and Mike Teasy coming all strong. Straight into the end zone. Hey, be sure you stick around because we're only getting warmed up.
I kept the faith, keeping the faith, I know you got it. Yeah, out of my way, give me some space, just family around me. Yeah, putting in work, won't say a word till they announce it. Hey, determined to get it, I'm focused and driven. What you know about it? Thanks to the sun. Hey, you see the melanin? Yeah, we just begun. Yeah, in my element. Came through clean looking, like a president. Martinelli porn, we celebrating with elegance. Yes, it's for the women you see by my side. She gave me reason to fight. Yes, mama, we made it. I know that you proud. Dad always told me stay true to the route. It's for the veal, golden the teal. Kids walk around with the golden they grill. Told you I'm focused, I never lost hope, and I'm giving them something they feel. I keep it true, ain't no counterfeit. How does it feel if you got it? It's still who we started with. Put down the seed, now it's harvesting. We make the art, then we market it, all of it. I kept the faith, keeping the faith. I know you got it. Yeah, out of my way, give me some space, just family around me. Hey, putting in work, won't say a word until they announce it. Hey, determined to get it, I'm focused and driven. What you know about it? I'm just working on my trophy speech. My trophy speech. I'm just working on my trophy speech. My trophy speech. This for the fam, this for the home team. Yeah. I'm just working on my trophy speech.
I started making a list of some names that I gotta mention when I'm getting my trophy. A lot of folk wasn't with me in the gym. I was shooting around, I was trying to be Kobe. No time for the phony, don't act like you know me. Got God on my side, I can stand on my lonely. Been on my ground so that wifey and I could just live a sweet life where the Zach and Cody. She wasn't there when I wrote your name down, then I made a mistake, gotta scribble it out. Snakes on the slithering now. The ones that ain't put in been wanna reap benefits. They want some clout, that ain't what I'm about. I'm moving different and they moving fast. They gon' be tripping when my name is announced. And the winner is Mike Teasy. Congratulations. Cause I kept the faith, keeping the faith. I know you got it. Out of my way, give me some space, just family around me. Put it in work, won't say a word until they announce it. Determined to get it, I'm focused and driven, so what you know about it? Yeah, I'm just working on my trophy speech. My trophy speech. I'm just working on my trophy speech. My trophy speech. See, this for the fam, this for the home team. I'm just working on my trophy speech.
Marble lines I thought were perfect, you only saw your here we go, and my audio is coming through. Welcome everyone back to the channel. My name is Mark Power, and this is Elite Esports EU. It's Monday, it's sunny where I am, hopefully it's sunny where you are, but the sun is also being born by this man here, TW, a wonderful caster that I've been blessed with casting with a bit of Rainbow Six. He knows his PUBG, so I just collared him and went, hey, do you fancy casting a bit of EU scrims? And here is the man. How you been, TW? You good, man?
I've been really good, really good. I'm excited to head in for some exciting PUBG games. My first time casting PUBG, so hopefully it's gonna be a great time. Hopefully we're gonna get to see some great PUBG being played today, and hopefully we might just see some of those clutch moments coming through.
Always, PUBG gives us always the wonderful clutch moments. So what we've got this evening, we do have 6 rounds for us. So we're going to start with Tiago, and we didn't start with Tiago last time. We ended on it on Friday. So we do 3 Tiago followed by the 3 Miramar. So we're going back to the sandy shores. Now all the teams are at the moment getting loaded. We have pretty much a stacked house. There's a couple of these pro players, a couple of the tier 1, tier 2s according to the EU. But if I'm asking you, these are top contending individuals that be playing out. So I'm interested because Tiago has recently been added, and with the recent update that happened last week, we actually are now going to see a little bit of different action with the right settings being put in play. So look, that's enough of us. Let's throw ourselves in. It's game number 1 of 6 though. Tiago is coming up, and I'll see you guys in a second. Here it is. It is round number 1 of PUBG EU Scrims. Flight path, not too bad. It is a bigger map. So we have a south central up towards a northeast here. These teams will descend themselves out. Now it is a scrim. Certain scrim rules do apply where people will try not always drop on each other. There is a little bit of mutual ground, but not as mutual ground as when we cast the pro scrim. So we could get a little bit of early action. Now, as I mentioned last week, it was TW, how can I say it? Interesting to see some of the new towns coming into play, and a lot of teams getting caught a little bit more on rotations. Not to be expected from this style of map because it is bigger, it's open ground, mate. There's a lot of green area, and a lot of the teams were getting caught on the rotations where these teams are pitching themselves up on the high grounds and in and around sort of the areas of the towns. And just with some of those new vehicles, we will see some of these teams sort of clash heads, and this is going to be one of these areas. Fishing camp, one of my favourite drop zones on ranked myself, and playing this one, we got 2 major powerhouses here. SKTS versus August, though, as they do drop down. Looks like August will grab the vehicle, and they are sending themselves over. Hoping you've got game order, you should be able to hear that as well. Oh, there's action elsewhere as well, mate.
One August player already he's kind of caught out in the middle between 2 players, between a rock and a hard place. So we'll have to call in his teammates, call in the cavalry in order to get playing. There we go. Out of the window.
Great little jump shot.
Gets the kill.
The rest of the team, actually, they dropped and they kind of made a run for it. We still got 1 parachute in here, and one of them nicked the car and went. So obviously SKTS, they're down to a 2 now, mate, and the zone does pop out actually early on the flight path. For those that do not know, that might be joining us for the first time, though, these first round, the first zone and the second zone are random. Everyone who watches my streams will know I harp on about this all the time, but the first zone has to go through the flight path, so we know it will be somewhere along that line, and it actually comes up quite early. Now there's a lot of unplayable here, TW. This whole area here, they can't play. There's a little bit of water, So that will factor in. It can't end on this bit of water, but definitely can't end on this bottom section. So I'd say 80%, maybe 85% of playable area is in. So team's got a bit of momentum to move in some really good areas. Studio, Hoyang will be good. The high ground in and around really good areas. Had a load of great endings there before. But check this one out, right? We've only really got 2 teams in. Everybody else needs to rotate in. I already mentioned, though, we had some issues when it come down to these teams getting caught on the rotation.
Yeah, exactly. And if those teams are just going to be able to get themselves in a great position early on into the game, make sure that they're able to catch up those rotations, catch up those kills, they should be able to find themselves in a good position. But here, Primal, they'll be able to get that down on towards the push player. If there only being 1 left, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think they lost some early. It is, yeah. Zachary, final player, and push and shoots. Very strong team. So going up quite early. It won't be happy. Nice pre-shots though. Go through. Catches the head. Gonna maybe put himself in a bit of a back corner now as he's gonna have to try and get a couple more knocks. Misses, jogs in. What a bolty shot. Primal eliminated push and shoot. There's no more pushing coming from that team, and again they're caught out. This comes with these new maps. This is where these teams are trying to figure out where everyone's dropping down and landing, and we've seen some people being exposed.
Yeah, exactly. And we already start to see the first rotations coming through from these teams. Early days coming through, able to take those highly advantageous spots into the later stages of the game. But looking at this, if you look at the right side, there's 1 player just caught off on the own, or the left side, I mean, there's 1 player just caught off on his own with an entire team just following him. He's going to have to get out of there if he wants to stay alive.
Yeah, the only advantage is, I suppose, they're in that 2 car. They could have shot around, but as we know, these teams will flip to that inside seat. Now, running through school, and it looks like LWL or LOL boys, they might want to go for this kind of 2-2 split. So I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see a team hang over, but look at the madness already happening with the additional 2. SRM and Solo, 2 big powerhouses clashing again with vehicles here. SRM, though, have a knock. They got a kill, though. Solo now fully going on the other side, but looks like Imp going to try and catch his rotation. Solo losing another one now, and getting caught a little bit now. They've got to find a little home, and look at this. VIS, they're on a 2-2 split as well. Real estate has been taken. Solo going for a slight scout. Can't quite see the players, and lucky enough for them, they continue on their journey a little bit south. But this is what I said. There's so much action early on with this map that I was actually really surprised. One, when the map actually came out. For me, this was the most finished map, so definitely from a point of view of a pretty much ready to go. Great, wicked, looks great, feels good. Yeah, there's a couple of teething problems, and it isn't everyone's favorite map, but actually I was so surprised to see how many rotation kills, and like what we just see now, teams getting pinched in between multiple teams. Just based upon the rotation, you'd expect it from our old Sandy Shores we're going to get later, that Miramar, but actually when you have all this open green space, it looks like these teams are taking the same rotation now, and ADR going to go for the drops. And this is one of the blessings with this map. If you're quick enough and you can get the gear, mate, there's loads of it up for grabs.
Yeah, and getting those better weaponry into your hands, especially with being in such a good position of the map, it's definitely a good way to get yourselves into those later stages of the game in order to survive long, in order to perhaps even put more kills on the scoreboard and really get you up there where you want to be.
Yeah, it's going to be a long haul. This is another thing that I really like about this map. Death from above. We saw it last week when we saw Win or Die swapping seats and getting those aerial kills. I think everyone in the stream was having a laugh at me because I was calling it like a Call of Duty UAV. Looks like Marbo, though, very, very strong players trying to reenact what we saw on Friday. He's diving down to dodge some of these shots, and don't forget, obviously, with the parachute, he'll be able to jump out of it if it does go down. So there is a benefit of shooting the gliders down, but with any of the bigger maps now, PUBG are providing a little bit of aerial support as Marbo will be able to scout these compounds. Another ability, especially with their teams further back, he'll be able to pick up some compounds very early on before the rest of his team get in towards zone. Most teams, though, going down for more of a south to southwest, southeast approach. open for the zone to pull back. But again, we've got to factor this unplayable area. It's going to bounce away from this. Maybe not in the next zone, but I'm actually quite fearful here, TW, that it might pull very much up that northwest corner.
Yeah, indeed. And if it does pull up to that northwest corner, these teams that are just caught in the middle or towards the southeast side of the map, they're just going to have to rotate over, and it's going to be one big fight coming through. And it's just going to be a game of who has the best position in order to survive, and not necessarily of who has the best players. Because if you just have to move into the zone, it doesn't necessarily matter if you have those frag stars on your team. If you have those players that can just take down whole teams, you will have to move. The zone is behind you. You can just, it's going to be very hard to get into that zone.
Yeah, playing that blue, playing that outside edge. We see a lot of teams, especially in the pro sides. There's definitely two types of game strats that I've seen recently. Very much TW. The teams that want to play the edge, want to play the inside, they want to come in with the zone, controlled, PUBG as I call it. There's some teams which will roll the dice and maybe go for more of a centre compound. That's where they believe it's going to end, and they're going to lock themselves down. And obviously from that, we now start to see these sort of 2-2 splits. Digital Athletic, a pro team here, with a 2-2, they're hedging their bets. They think it's going to pull back to the northeast side. They also think there's an option that could go centre-south maybe, or donutting up, as I like to call it. So a lot more teams looking at the donut, the middle of the zone, hoping it's just going to kind of shrink in for the first couple of zones. But we won't know yet. We've got what, 47 seconds until we figure out how it's going to play. But it's definitely one to watch out for. Marbo, though, still got a bit of fuel in. He's gliding his way around. As you can see now, he's scouting those compounds. So he'd be gathering so much information. I actually really like this, and I'm hoping to see more and more of it. There goes another team as well. SRM going down. Definitely a team high up there. Wouldn't have expected. Marbo going to lurk just on the outside. I have spotted that though. Let's see if he gets aggressive on this one as repositions.
Oh, but he's already down to low HP.
Oh, yeah.
He needs to back off.
I think he's going to take the compound. Surely just take the compound now. Save the UAV for a later day as he glides himself down. Marbo, such a good player. Always a good streamer to go watch. If you haven't already, give him a follow. He's always streaming on days. Love his little TDMs, definitely. So we've got phase number 2. Let's have a look. Zone has shifted down towards, again, a southeast. So we are losing some of the unplayable. Marbo obviously not going to position up here. He's going to continue working his way back around. A couple of teams still on the outside. Formation Gaming playing that wider edge. They're now trying to work their way in. Looks like ADR punching out ADR. I'm going to assume that is because of a disconnect. So I'm going to try and just knock him, stop him moving. But this is now what I'm worried about. We've already seen some rotation kills now. Fiego trying to punch the hole in between Digital Athletic with that 2-2 split. Looks like there's holding for them. They might find themselves blessed holding out a big town in the middle though. 100 ADR. I feel like the disconnect is here, and yeah, he's definitely not moving. He's rezzed him, so he's got to defend this one off. But we've got a full crash now. Talk about unfortunate timing. Is the player back? He's not. He is a disconnect. He's just twitched.
He hasn't seen him yet, though.
He's just twitched. Oh, he's been picked up. I wonder.
His teammate trying to get back in.
He's got
there.
1 and 2. They've gone quick. There you go. He's gone. He didn't see him on the map, but he is there with a disconnect. That kind of tells me that he's moving in. 100 ADR. They wanted to get involved there, mate, but you gotta cut your losses though. Surely you got to disconnect. The guy's gone down. It's just unfortunate that Fiego's picked that compound, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just very unfortunate for that player. But if I'm not mistaken, there was another player on there, so he might have just kind of attracted those players to go for that little compound, and he might have just kind of given away his teammate. Just if you know what I mean, he probably they probably wouldn't even have checked that compound if it wasn't for that one player being there. But they did do it. They did find a DC player, so they're gonna have to go on with a couple less to work with.
I just want to see if Project Underdog though are looking. So I was checking the audio as well. They're not a bad spot. I have to move. I think for me, Project Underdog just maybe try and hold. Wait for this next one to come out. LUOW though tighten themselves in the compound. We do see our Imperial Esports, our Dragons. They sort of tighten themselves in. Looks like our Thunder Boy has gone further down. Studio's taking all eyes on we. Primal taking the drops and looting their way around. Find themselves quite on the south side of the compound. No one else left on the outside of the map. So everyone's really in zone. This is very much a PUBG style, mate. I know we mentioned about this before, but the it's going to be quite a game because these teams are tight and they will try and keep themselves alive. Quite surprised we've lost a couple already. I think the next zone is going to be a bit of a madness one, mate, as it's going to give away a lot more unplayable. We have to push away from this at some point. So we're either going to see it very, very high on the top, so like a town coming in, and we'll see everyone sort of run their way towards town, or does it play open ground in the centre? Might pull down to the studio, might pull across to that west-hand side. There's a lot of options here, and I think everyone at the moment, because we've not played this map on esports settings as much as the others, it's still a bit of a guessing game for these teams, so they're kind of rolling their dice, mate.
Yeah, exactly. And rolling the dice is not necessarily you want to do. If you're going to be caught off guard and if you're going to have to rotate in towards the zone, then those teams that have the better positioning, they should be able to just pick you off 1, 2, 3, and the next zone has already been revealed. And looking at it, it's just very center of the map. Now, that's going to force a lot of teams towards the outer edge of the zone to rotate in and to just get into the open arms of those teams that are holding these high potential spots in the zone already.
Yeah, all eyes on we need to tie up pretty quick. Some of these single compounds are going to be taken by the smaller teams, so the 1s and 2s, and maybe find themselves in a little bit of a hide to the later part of the zone. So this is where you're going to see the vehicles come out. Now, our towns are going to be hard to go because look at this, 100 ADR holding out as a 2-map. Now I'm going to say a bigger compound, so Diego's had to put themselves down, and that there is an AWM shot at its finest. Won't be able to get the flush though, but just enough just to rattle Diego down, and losing all of that damage in here is going to cause them a few problems because they're not going to have the loot to get it back. Looks like they've got one vest on there. They haven't got any more lids hiding in there, so if they take more damage than that, it's going to be a little bit harder for them. Imperials wrapping their way round as they now pick up VIS on the outside, looking to I think they're trying to figure out exactly how many are in there. They've definitely picked up one. He needs to a little bit of fire. He's got the car, but again, 100 ADR keeping, I suppose, the honesty of the middle player. But he's got a wonderful bar. He just needs to get more cars, more teams in here, and it wouldn't be too bad for him. Appreciate the love there, Gibson cars, mate.
And this is something I kind of do like seeing in PUBG that is very similar to Apex as well. You have teams that are placing themselves early on in the middle of the map, playing for those highly advantageous buildings, and then you have some teams that are going at the edge of the map, moving with the zone and catching off those teams that have to force themselves to get back in there. And if we're looking at the bottom left on the map, we see a lot of teams, or we see that one team already catching off the teams. And yeah, those cars, they're going to be under fire. They're going to have to get out of there, and SKTS
He's
just be able to escape. Mate. Oh no, that is not good. Oh, is he going to be able to get out of there?
I think he's
doesn't seem like anyone.
Yeah, I just feel like his team's just left him. He's just like, nah, mate, this is a you problem, that is, and I'm going to keep going towards zone. Bit of a difficult area. Lucky enough for them, we can see there isn't anyone already positioned themselves up here, and we are, I was about to say, we're surely going to get teams pushing in towards studio, and we are. So looks like Thunder down to one Marbo, just coming down. All eyes on we, focusing their attention, ensuring the crash is not as clean. That nade could be good. Runs away, a little bit of splash damage though comes in. Noxy is on the, again, pushing forward, trying to get the nades. Can't quite find out. Bit of a free roam of the free kill nades inbound. The mortar strike continuing to do him damage, and free kill down to literally 1 HP, able to put the med on it in time, and Twiga is just trying to figure out exactly how they've lost him. Sound Q is going to be so key now, and looks like free already positioned up, able to get the knock, but the pressure came straight in there. All eyes on we, take out Thunder, and they hold it, and the zone also comes back down. They need to get tight really quickly now, because all these other teams surely are going to send their way in.
Yeah, exactly, and as we already are seeing a lot of teams full, a lot of play coming in. I feel like the studio position is probably the best to be in later on into the game. A lot of cover being gained there as well. Now these teams have been caught off guard, or they are just at the edge of the zone, having to get out of there. As there's only this one player, he's sitting in the smoke, Salty, if I'm not mistaken there.
Yeah, so he's on the hold. He's going to be so hard for him because he was trying to take the fight with LULW, Formulation Gaming. LULW, very fair match. Someone actually said maybe Formulation Gaming should have been pushed through them. But Solo coming from behind him, causing him issues. Now, it is phase 4. He's going to be under a bit of pressure, and he's going to have to try and get himself out of this one a little bit and moving away in towards zone. But it's about timing for him.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about hitting the right timing, and this would be the right timing right here. He has time to get out of there, but now we'll just have to see if he decides to go for it, as the zone is still ticking away with his health, and I'm wondering if he even has enough HP or enough healing in order to get himself back in there.
It's going to be so hard for him now. The team actually coming in quite late here. DA, I love everyone. I love this car. This is much be the funnest car to drive. I'm not going to lie at the moment, but the old gangster car's going to be rolling its way down. He's going to pick up though. Oh, Imp do take the shots though and do pick him up. Gangster car will continue to roll. Playing very much an open ground. Having to tuck back in. DA with that split push though. Lose one, but they are going to catch. What's the final player now for Imp as they did get a bit of pressure. I think for me, 180. How is he still alive there? It is an interesting one. They do rocket delay 10 minutes, mate.
Only 10 minutes. As we are just seeing these teams just getting right at the end, or right at the edge of each other, just playing like right on each other. And this is something very interesting to see in PUBG. That's something that I've not noticed, or something that is different from PUBG and Apex, is that the teams kind of, or they kind of go away from each other. These players in teams, they aren't necessarily playing right on top of each other. Oh, that nades almost finishes Hugh, just not quite does it. But Anifaz, he's just stuck. He's stuck in between a rock and a hard place.
This is a nice smoke, though. It's a nice smoke. So he's done the smoke to try and get the boy pick up. Now the car on the other side, he's got two options. He either picks him up and runs with him to go for the res. Sticking that res there is never going to be great. Lucky enough, the nades are not just hitting where they need to go. So got a bit of a bypass here. Digital Athletics should get back to a 3. Strong bit of teamwork there for him, and Imp eventually getting picked up though, taking down 11th place. 10 teams now remain, mate, so it's going to be a tight one. And look at the zone, there are 10 teams, 30 players fighting for next to no land.
Yeah, exactly. And that next to no land, it could be very deceiving from time to time, because if you just have a little hill to stand behind, as Nipa does right here, you can still get a lot of information. You can still do a lot of work towards eliminating those teams that are kind of stuck in here. And especially looking at SKTS here, they're just stuck. OGC or DGC actually, they're just going to be holding all of these players in here with only 2 of those SKT players, and one of them is actually, or one of those players is actually down. Oh, that nade is so perfect. The Kobe hits, and he will be making him proud.
No, they are having to fight hook or by crook. So looks like DGC hold up the bottom side. VS have pushed in towards studio. All eyes on we take that northeast corner. LULW did come in, and Formulation Gaming, Salty's still alive. He's actually got himself in pretty much on zone, and he does have a warehouse to himself. He does have a car at the back, but that will go out towards zone. August though pushed in that top side. Fiego obviously would have gone because of that crash though. It was the 2 on a 4-man push. Looks like August though still held out as a 4. Digital Athletic though on the adjacent side. They've cleared up though our SKTS team and obviously run their way through as our Imps go down. They now have to try and hard. Project Underdogs though take the 2s. Other side of the road though is Primal, and we're not even in the placement points yet. We've got 9 teams. We've got 1 more team to go down before we even start hitting the placement points. With phase 5, we've only got to 8. It's going to be a bit of a mad show. This is why I quite like Diego, because we've not had these start of endings where there's so much open ground here that these teams need to play. It's going to be a bit of an interesting one.
Yeah, having to force into those fights in the open ground, it's going to be so hard to get in there and to survive. You're gonna have to be using those cars as extra cover in order to get themselves back in there. We now see DGC taking some position against this Primal team, and this Primal team, they're split up. I mentioned it earlier on. If the difference between Apex and PUBG here is some teams decide to kind of just split up from each other, and that could cost you dearly. Now these Primal players will group back we'll group back with each other,
Oof.
seeing that DGC has pushed that building.
Look at that zone, mate. Welcome to PUBG.
Oof.
This here is horrid. Look, it's quick. We just hand the camera over here. There's nothing on the south to play. You mentioned they've got to use the cars, and this is going to come into play now. August got a big shift. This whole studio is going to roll into this little corner here. So BIS going to try and hold out. LUOW got a knock here. Again, all eyes on we. They could cause some issues because they're going to come in. It's not normal terrain. You're going to be fighting your way through some crazy studio sets into literally no coverable space. August are either going to take the cars and wrap very, or they're going to run it in. It looks like they might be having a little cheeky look here.
Yeah, why not have a cheeky look at it? Get some of those early picks. Make sure that those teams that are near you, that they have a player or two less, so that you don't have to worry about it, so that you have a bit of an advantage, that once you have to fight them, you have that advantage. That's something that you really need to be looking for. You don't want to be going up against 4 versus 4 whenever you have to start moving in. As we now do see Viz already, VIS already getting a lot of great kills, already defending themselves from those teams.
All eyes on we know they're going to get pushed behind. They've lost one though. Noxy coming out does a bit of damage, but actually the damage coming across here. Digital Athletic though taking their time on the zone. I quite like these blue zone nades. So if we go further back here, DA they do have to commit, but they've got to commit to Project Underdog. But they're just trying to farm as much as they can at the moment. August going down some numbers, and Noxy comes back out. He gets the confirming that he needed, and DA just about ready to move now. Do they get on the back of this and get the third party action? Do they push forward towards our Project Underdogs? There's so many drops though that have just dropped down and rewarded VIS to go, hey, well done, you've defended off one section, you should be okay. But they actually stopped. They find themselves a little bit of a home and getting ready now for the push as we tune back in with August. Got to figure out though where the players are. All eyes on me. Go for 3 nade, but doesn't quite get it. Does get the one. Having to reload the AUG now. Noxy gonna have to try and stick on the res, but before he does that, he turns around, causes some damage, leaves a nade on the ground. There goes the confirm. August find himself down to a duo now. Gonna get the backs and paxers. Don't know if he knows what a final player is. The elbow gives it away though, and all eyes are on we. They actually do eventually pick up August at the very, very end though, but they will be resulted down towards their final player. Unable to get the res on Noxy. They have to run out the studio now into the fire. That is going to be VIS and take all the drops and all the control, but Prime will sit middle zone here. DA, I think they're going to have a little look at this. I think they've got no other option, mate, but to push into Project Underdog now.
Yeah, exactly. And having to push into that team is gonna make them, or it's gonna put them in a very dangerous position, especially with them only having 3 players left. This one player of Hawk sitting inside the building. Again, they're just split up. These players, it might be a crossfire, but for them, if DA is just able to single them out one by one, it's gonna be very hard to stay alive here for Project Underdog. With only 2 players left.
Yeah, this surely is a, once they figure out it's a one-on-one split, they push and try though to get Underdog. Try and get back to the extra. You can see through that smoke though. Diggs though, he goes offensive now, taking his time to try and hide the pitter-patters of defeat out on the Tiago ground now. I think if the gunfire starts continuing to happen though, Ali A6 will be focusing this one. TA, I don't think they're subject to it. They do come out though, they do lose one. Goes for the first. Thursday's picked up that second with a headshot. That is disgusting. Pops to the mini, goes for the overshot. Doesn't quite get what he needs to. Primal, they steal one of them though. But Project Underdog though, get one of them on the board. And it went from a 3-on-2 very much in the favour of Digital Athletic. Project Underdog sneaking their way around, mate. And they've picked up a good kill. Fair party action central. And that zone eventually pulls back towards studio, giving VIS a little bit of a break though when it comes down to zone.
Exactly, and Diggs is just giving his team a way to get back into this game, making sure that those players there are low HP. And yeah, Erling Haaland does go down. That's going to be Digital Athletics going down, falling into the hands of Project Underdogs. Great work done by Diggs a second ago to eliminate 2 of those players and cut down the herd a bit.
5 teams remain. We're going to go top 4 here, and Looks like now the battles from the outside pushing their way in. The first one was lost though from Digital Athletic. Oh no, sorry, the first was lost from Org. The second was lost from DA. And now DGC got to try and take on Primal. Again, they've been keeping their heads on a little bit of a swivel. They've been trying to focus as getting themselves in. DGC though wait to try and get Project Underdogs though, as he's going to use as much cover as he can. He's not quite in there, so got a little bit more to go ahead, and got a couple of silos on the top side. He's got no smokes left, so this next gap is going to be quite deadly for him. I feel like DGC don't need to move before he does. If it's not them, it's going to be Primal. Daz will maybe swing some shots over. Actually, DGC get the shots though, but he gets himself in. 1 HP, lays low. Let's go join the fight though on the south side here. They've eventually got to move themselves in. They left enough time, and enough time as now the util comes raining over the top. Look at this. They've not had to use it. Primal been very much, not center zone, but definitely on the quiet side. And I think they're definitely stacked from a utility point of view now.
Yeah, and I've loved seeing looking at Primal across the entire game. They've been able to place themselves in those highly advantageous positions, forcing every single team to push into them. And so far, they've been able to take great advantage of that. Now, they are on a lot of pressure with this DGC team, and I think they've wasted all of their nades. So still, 3 of those DGC players left alive. It's going to be very hard for those Primal players. And that's a huge one.
Yeah, Project Underdogs though able to get into his little shack, and he's happy. He's able to pop some shots out on here, and he's going to try and maybe survive this next zone out. Blue zone nade though comes over the top. If that was on that compound, that would have caused a huge amount of problems though for Primal. Res does happen. Blue zone nade ready back. This is again, we're seeing a lot more of these now from a comp point of view. They do pop out, and again, if that DGC player gets touched, but that's going to cause some issues. Whipping himself back round. He has the narrow escape between 2 blue zones now, and they commit to one side. They get the first knock, but the exchange goes back to the forward. They lose one, but there we go. Project Underdog was ready. He picks up 1, and lucky enough here from Primal, they've got a smoke though remaining. Top 4 teams now. We're into the top, and everyone's lost at least 1, but we've got a couple of solo players remaining.
Yeah, a couple of solo players at the edge of the zone. They're just gonna have to hope for the zone to be perfect for them towards the end, because else they'll find themselves in between a rock and a hard place. Ali here now does get eliminated. That's Project Underdog finally beating the dust, as they managed to stay alive for a long amount of time, longer than I was expecting them. It seemed like they were just too stuck there for a long amount of time, as these last couple of solo players should be getting eliminated anytime soon. Ice has been spotted out as well, so him being in such a hard position will definitely not really be able to get out of there. So yeah, Grant is already suppressing the fire on him.
Just tap the zone.
Taking damage.
Tap the zone. Look, you got 11 kills, right? 11 kills in 3rd place. Look, I'll take it. 3 on 3 though at the end. I think that's the right call. Remember, it's best as 6 this evening, so the 9-1 point could make a difference though when it comes down to the end. But I definitely feel like all eyes on we. They defended well on studio. They had a good game. I think it's at the moment that just let these 2 battle it out. He kind of knew at that point it was the end of the zone for him, and he had nowhere else to go. He had been picked up, and you are going to see the first knock. VIS though in a better position now. They are closer towards that center dot though, because the zone will not stop now. They're going to try and rip themselves around the outside, pick up one of the players. They do pop up and over a little bit of ridge though remains, but bring the map up on the bottom side though. Primal again going to be the first to have to make the move. Now BIS get the confirm, so it is a 3-on-2 technically. They are going to go stick to res now. They do get the second knock though, so it's back to a 2-on-2, and looks like they're going to have to ensure they get the knocks where possible though. Grant going to have to stick the med on though, down to the final player, but he's refusing to go down. Primal 1v1. Grant, the man of the hour, the one who ranges the tournaments. Can he get the cover? Can he get the knocks? He can do it. VIS though, they take the first game. 6 kills, 16-point game, and that there is a very, very, very good start towards our first game. Oh, what do you think about that, mate?
What an ending!
That madhouse.
What an ending! I just loved seeing that. That was not what I was expecting. That went from a 3v2 to a 3v2 to a 2v2 to a 1v2 and so forth. And just at the end, VIS was just able to catch it off with a 1 HP against 1 HP. Both of the players were one shot away from dying, and it was just about who was going to get that shot first at the end. Absolute amazing ending.
Yeah, very, very tight. You kind of feel back as well, VIS at that point. Now, Prime had done the good thing. They managed to get out that compound, right? Or the little compound they had. They used that ridge really well. And yes, they did receive the first knock, but they done really well to get it back to a 1-on-1. It just resulted that Grant actually had the cover at the end when it came down to the tree, was able to put the shots though, and kind of disciplined himself. I feel like if he just heavyweight boxed himself out and refused to tuck himself back in, he would have gone down, but he put himself behind the tree. He let Prime Order burn those shots out. He whipped out, got that winning shot though, put a chicken dinner on the board though. But all eyes on we, definite winners for me on that first game. Was it 11 kills, if I remember right? Third place, definitely gonna be top of the leaderboard. But what we do now, we take a very, very quick break. We've got another 5 match to come, so another Tiago is coming up, and I'll see you guys all in 5 minutes. Good thing about PUBG EU scrims is they don't always wait for the 5 minutes on the board. So we've got another Tiago. The flight path is a lot better this time. So again, another good flight path. Now let's just not waffle too much about this. We'll waffle when they get cracking in, and we are going to load the play. We're going to pat down the players, check them all out, because we know some of these guys and girls sneak on as extra utility, especially we saw at the end there from Primal. We're watching you guys. But let's throw ourselves into game number 2. It's going to be another good one. Game number 2 game. Here we go, and the game number 2 of PUBG EU scrims with a northwest down towards a southeast. Now TW, you won't know, but boring flight paths mean crazy circles, if you can even say that the last zone wasn't crazy enough as it stood. I think it ended up where most teams was guessing, especially from that phase 2, phase 3, right? Because we saw more and more teams go in towards that kind of studio and maybe north of studio area, but I think the IGLs, the guys and girls making the calls, making the right decisions.
Yeah, exactly. Making the right decisions in order to position yourself in a great advantageous position later on in the game. And as you said, I really do understand with those boring kind of flight paths, having those later zones be very exciting is definitely going to be the play for those teams that not necessarily fight in the early games, and then it just being a mess of a game towards the end. As we will see a couple of early battles going on from Double already trying to get that SKTS player, but he will just be able to get out of there in the nick of time, get that car or steal that car away from Fun as well.
Okay, so the zone comes in the middle of the flight path, give or take, maybe middle to end. So we won't see the same ending we had last time, but I quite like this one. We've got some high ground. And honestly, just sits on the outside here. But its main road is a kind of T-junction. If it ends in this field here, that would be horrible, because we know the fields are not completely flat. Despite I'll say there's flat zone, it's not quite flat. There's these wonderful trenches that these teams can sort of pull themselves up to. But I think where it's just outside some major, I can't see teams crashing on these sort of major towns. So I think teams are going to try and position themselves in and around the high ground and try and find the little dips and crevices that Tiago really, really strong at offering. Primal, though, and Push aren't very close, so looks like we might see another battle. Both these teams kind of a bit of a stake in the ground at the moment, TW. This is where the big comps are going to come. So we've got one big global that's just about to happen. After that one, these will be coming into rotation. So this is where these teams can kind of like put a stake to their position as to where they want to drop and maybe deter off. And Primal took the win on game number 1. I think Daz is actually going to pop up here and see Bugger T, but it could go either way again. I just feel like maybe if Daz gets isolated, maybe, well, definitely these two are going to hear each other now. So looks like the comms will be coming in. Maybe see the first knock though, and that was a long knock. I was thinking that, how did he go down? I didn't even hear the all, but it wasn't. It was a long distance. Now they do get one. They do put another one down to a one shot now. So Dad's gonna have to recall back as they go from the wider angle. Push and shoot, not pushing just yet. I don't think they know exactly where the players are on that north side to them, but you know, just need to maybe isolate Daz here, and the other team, the other players for Primal need to at least give Daz some support, as he was on the flank, man. I think he's going to get isolated. Look at it. Here comes the cars, mate. Here they come.
Yeah, here comes the cars. Here comes the cavalry. Shinny's going to have to defend himself from a lot of fire coming through. He doesn't have any cover, and yes, that's going to be him down and finished out of the game immediately.
That was a good play from them though, because they knew there was a solo player over there, so they isolated the one they could. Jogsy does pick up Booker T as the other confirm comes down. So unlike game number 1, game number 2, actually push and shoot, getting one up. So I think they're going to be favouring a potential whitewash for Primal. So it'll be 1 apiece, and maybe that third game we'll see these two teams go at it again. But I don't want to count them just out too soon, as Prime will have a tendency to be able to dig their heels in the ground and, if not get some knocks, potentially get a win. I feel like he's just been spotted. Those he does pop up and over, and the shots do whip backwards and forwards, and I think connecting on both sides, and they are split. So will we see, once they identify the individual players, we might see another drive-by, or at least a crash into the compound, right?
Yeah, that would definitely be the play, making sure that there's one player that is isolated, getting him or getting rid of him early on. Since push still now, they've been able to get 2 kills. There's still 2 players alive. One of those players is an unknown entity for them. They want to single out this one player, get rid of him early on, so that that last player cannot potentially do a flank like what is happening kind of right now. There's one player sitting back waiting for his teammates to make a call, and then he's going to try to activate as that call has now been made. The flank will come through, and I'm just waiting for the push from push. If they are going to be able to get that one player down early on, and okay, it should be all over now.
That there is a very, very strong shot though. I could see that long distance final player now, Jogsy, gonna have to really dig in. He's only got 2 close, so he needs to get a knock pretty soon now. Does get some shots, those off, goes over a little bit on the shoulder damage now. Cooking the nade ready, as we will see now the, I suppose, the descent. He gets one though. He doesn't go for the confirm straight away, trying to figure out exactly where these players are, looking backwards and forwards, getting the shots though down as they do confirm out, and there's a little bit of salt in the wounds from the first rounders. Push and shoot. They can survive out as a 4, but be cautious now as Thunder are starting to come in, and we go back to the bigger picture. This is about looking at where these teams are, and it's what I mentioned. This hillside here is going to be horrid. Looks like Solo have lost 2 sitting on the compound though. Imp are taking the shots a little bit wider down, and August now taking the shots up towards Solo. So already 1 kill on the board for them. Let's see if they can get the second confirm and put another point on. I think it looks like it's getting stolen though from Fiego. Sancho's down for a 1-shot. Fiego do get the steal though, so they're able to get 1, and that's about it.
Yeah, and you want to be able to get those points early on the scoreboard, and especially if you're down one of those players, getting that finish is something that you need to get, but they just don't find themselves in the greatest of positions in order to go for that finish. So they decide to back off. They decide that it's not their fight to take, and just to take another or to survive, to live another day. But look at this from Easy, or from those 2 Oculus players. They are running straight in to the hands of another team, but they should be able to get out of there just in the nick of time. Yes, indeed, they'll be able to get over the hill, and now they'll regroup with the rest of their team.
This is what I'm talking about. These fields are horrible. They're not flat zones, so gotta be cautious. So, Formation Gaming, they are just outside the compound. Looks like Thunder have identified they are on the outside of the compound. That's a bit of a weldy nade. Doesn't quite get the damage I think we're looking, but the second nade goes through. Formation Gaming doing the right thing. They're pushing ahead. They're pushing into the danger now. August though decided to run over August. As you can see him on the top right hand side. The stuff will just be waiting as he is contacting med on the shots though coming close. Needs to get back onto the oil pretty quickly. Can hear. Can't quite see. Waiting for the gap now. So he should cross over. Oh, saved by the ridge. That's what I'm going to say with that one.
Yeah, just about able to get out of there with on the low HP. So one of those players that last game he was solo and he was able to survive very late into the game. This time he has teammates to work with. This time he is able to fight back a bit more, but his teammates, everyone is kind of just spotted out, stuck in this house. As these FMG players are now going to be getting the flanks going on, they're going to be pinching them inside of this building, and now it's going to be very hard for those FMG players to get out of there. Even as well with Fago from the back, FMG, they just cannot move anywhere. They have to stay in there and hope that those teams aren't going to be pushing them too much, because else they will definitely just die. It's just going to be a shooting ground, and they are the targets if they do move out.
Oh, mate, this is... I know Thunder, and they will want to push down here, but now, obviously, with Formulation Gaming sitting in the compound, they want to get rid of him quick, right? But they're hearing these shots now from Fiego, so now they're having to reassess what they standardly will be expecting as a easy push in to be, do you know what? We've got to look at the bigger picture here. We're unable to close the things down, but they've got to just reassess. Once I think they figure out there's only one set of shots though coming in, I think they can then go, hey, do you know what? Let's deal with this quickly. But I also worry by closing in too quickly on this team. Do they get caught a little bit on the high ground? Do we then see Fiego maybe go for a crash on that third party action, closing it all down, and then obviously down and out it goes. Thunder though, still looking for the angles, does stuff though taking on German as they are again waiting for the smokes to descend. 10 seconds though to go.
Yeah, and for Thunder here, they need to be able to get that pick onto German in order to find themselves in a great position to take down the rest of the team that's sitting inside of the building, and the next zone does get revealed. It's going to reveal that these teams, they can stay in here. They're not going to have to rotate. And for FNG, this is great. They are now able to just tell each other, all right, guys, we just stay here. We just make sure that these teams that are just suppressing fire against us, and we can just hold them off for as long as possible, with German Future now here exchanging a couple of shots, but he's getting closed in on. Just not able to find the knockdown that he had to find in order to get himself back in there. And Salty in the meantime does get down. German Future, what can you do? You're just stuck. As all of the cavalry, they're just getting closer and closer and closer. And yeah, now eventually he does get down, and it's stuck in Grim for FNG. Already one man down in this fight. So he did manage to get revived a second ago. So at least that's something going in the way for them. But still, if you're looking at these Thunder players, they're just getting closer and closer and closer.
This is their game strat. This is what they're used to. They are used to being aggressive, pushing their way in slowly. The Molly just out the way of Duff. Though comes to Marbo trying to hold the angles. So he's going to cause some issues because he causes some issues with Denado. Marbo now finding him the Sony player. Has some strength though, but with that, he hasn't got the ammo. He's got 14 shots left. Oh, he's got 3.
That got close at the end. I mean, I am wondering how FNG is able to fight themselves out of there. They were stuck in between a rock and a hard place. The entire team was just moving in on them very, like, how should I say it? Very tactically. They were moving from the left side, from the right side, able to pick up the kills where it matters, able to open up those angles. But at the end, FNG, with those nades, they were able to just nade them, or they were able to, how should I call it? Mortar strike the right players in order to get themselves back in there and in order to stay alive to fight another day.
Oh, I think an element of Fiego really helped. I feel like if the momentum of Thunder was still on point, they were able to push in, still very aggressively. But with Fiego sitting on top of the hill, I think kind of put the brakes on there for Thunder. And they were like, hey, do you know what? We can't push in because I'm worried about the third party. Now, little today, now obviously the zone shifted away. Fiego did play away from him, left them be. Solo have pushed themselves up from the compound and up towards this area as well. But the Formulation game with discipline, they just held firm and we worked their way.
Yeah, exactly, and that's something that just do see a lot from these pro teams, just holding firm, making sure that even when it seems grim, to stay alive, to stay and to keep up the hope, to keep up your heads and fight further and further and further, because you're not out of it, even if you find yourselves, or even if you find yourself in those bad positions. You can always manage to get yourself back in there with a good nade or two. And they just managed to deliver on that.
Yeah, it's good. It was very good delivery from them. Very, very good delivery. Now, the zone was just having a little look here, seeing who's taking shots on. Look, a lot of teams sit on the outside. You mentioned it on game number 1. So this is, I don't think the teams were expecting it again to pull back north, hardship north, and it shifts again. So we get a south, back to a north, and then back to a west-hand side. Terminal being in the middle. Now, Fiego, like we mentioned a minute ago, they were on the third party action, holding this hillside, which we said was going to be really busy early on. They actually took the opportunity to push through past August in towards Terminal at the top side. This is going to be really hard to try and fight out. We've got a little TDM, wouldn't mind it going there and seeing how people have been practicing their TDM. But I think it's going to be a fight for Terminal. For me, Viego and August just need to sit tight now and go, hold on, guys, we're really sensing now. So there's going to be a lot of teams trying to push their way in. There isn't that much. VIS got a wonderful pass at the top here, so they're going to be looking for another chicken dinner. This whole section is not as high as we think it is. We are seeing 100 ADR now sending it through, and if it isn't going to be the terminal, teams might even be looking at the bus garage where August are, go, hey, we might be able to get in and try and tighten ourselves in towards maybe an empty space. There'd be little to no, and they'd be running straight into a team here. But Viego doing the right thing. They're defending off the push. We saw this though earlier on. Remember, all eyes on we, high kill game TW, and they were just holding off Studio.
Yeah, exactly. And just positioning yourselves inside of the zone, inside of one of these bigger kind of areas with a lot of cover where teams have to rotate into you. It's basically just like you can receive them with open hands. You can get those kills, pick them off, and then get a lot of points on the scoreboard in order to find yourselves in a great position on the leaderboard going forward.
Yeah, it's a point game. Every kill is a point. 100 ADR now lurking on IMP. Imperial Esports Stone just will be on the receiving end of a bit of a high ground discipline. I think 180 are in a good spot if the zone doesn't go too far away from them though, but they pay the attention of quite a few teams. All eyes on we coming in. SRM needs to come in as they stick the res. LURW giving up because of the amount of noise coming from this east side though. It's going to be high, so they disengage, going to take the option to come around a bit on the blue, but they will roll straight in towards the SKTs. But look at this, huge amounts of drops though, and VIS will be able to harvest a lot of that, especially if they work their way in. Depend on the next zone. If the zone pushes west, they're going to have this hillside they're going to play off, but I think it's going to quiet down a little bit. We've got 15 teams still around. There's still 49 players up on this board at the moment, and we're just going from phase 3 to phase 4, so like what we saw from game number 1, I think we're going to have a phase, but it's just going to be a bit madness. But Weston, throwing those mad shots down, as he's able to pick up one of the solo players, putting them down towards their name as they are now a solo. 0 kills. They're going to love the shack and try and hide this one out a little bit longer.
Yes, we do see a lot of action coming through straight across the scoreboard. All eyes on we actually manages to find themselves a couple kills to perhaps get themselves in a great position, but they still have the 3 players left, so there's a lot of pressure on towards them to really find themselves into a great position later on into this game. Now 180, all of the vehicles are going to be exploded, and that's not good. You want those vehicles in order to get more cover. You want them in order to rotate into the zone a bit more safely, and they will now have to fight themselves out of there if they really want to stay alive.
So no, does bless him, comes back, pulls back south, so the kind of circle's gone round in a big circle there, TW. So we're now kind of leaving Terminal. Project Underdog though taking the opportunity as they did find a way, and they'd lost one trying to crash in. Viego, they put themselves down towards the market. That'll be the point they give up on the cars, and this here is going to be quite horrible for them because it's open ground. They're going to have to try and find a little bit of a trench, so to speak. Again, I mentioned it before, I really like these fields because they're pushed in, they're trenched down, so we will get some really, really good trench warfare. They're going to have to get a knock and make a push, but if they leave those cars behind, I think it might be the downfall for them, especially if the zone continues to pull back towards the hillside here. SRM, they've just been caught. They're not enjoying Viego. It's a very, very strong team, and the zone might do the damage here. It's going to hurt. He's got it on, but he's only got 5 bandages now. He can med and bandage, but it's quite far. I don't think he's going to get in as he needs to.
And even if he does, there's a team waiting for him right on the edge of the zone. Hakatori is there. Hakatori is waiting. We'll just have to see if that player is just going to be able to get out of there. But Hakatori, this push team, they are holding a quite good position forward into this game, already finding themselves a kill, and that's going to be Saab Esports down as well, down and out for the count. There's just a lot of nades raining on him, and I think that one might hit him. It is perfect. Yes, indeed. Ooh.
That is a horrible nade. push and shoot, good position, just unable to control. They're just taking fights from multiple teams, and I think that's a bit more subject to zone now. They do have the eyes and the the backs though, as they do put not well one. The second was actually taken from our August team though, so they're causing some damage. Stores did you have let car down to a 2? They got a bit of time, flipping to the other side of the car, waiting for the teams to come through. But as I said before, we had a couple of quiet zones, mate, and this is PUBG. We're phase number 4 to 5, and there's not a lot of space now for these teams, as no one's really getting away with a clean fight at the moment. It seems to be a lot of side stabbing, a lot of action, and look at this side now. Look at DBC now chasing behind, trying to capitalize on those. They do pick up one. Did you let go onto on the holder? Second drive-by going through, able to pick up that, but look at that. They lose their players from the third party. The teams that have been sitting in the compounds are now farming as many kills as they can. There's 4 on the board, and they've been pretty quiet until now, and they are store holding zone. August got to draw their attention. Viego have to push into him.
Yeah, Viego, they are finding themselves in a very bad position. And for those teams that are at the outer edge of the zone, they're going to have to start moving in towards us now. As Project Underdog, they do see this VIS team, and they're going to get a couple of shots toward them. It's all about them getting a knock or two in order to take those VIS players a peg down. As we now find themselves a man down, yeah, indeed. VIS, they've got to find. They were in quite a comfortable position early on. Now they're going to have to search for that cover in order to survive even longer. Moso's isn't about to get that kill. He now does get shot at from Nidax. He will have to cut his losses and just decide not to peek it for the time being.
Yeah, good shots, good shots. August though able to get a pass slightly as Viego now taken to the area where we saw our DA go down. Imp though, the problem with this rotation, they have no idea who's here, so taking some shots in the smoke, but I don't know if they know the team's the other way. Laying down, Demon's going to get picked up though, could have caused some damage, could have gone the other way. All eyes on we get eliminated first, 9th place for them. VIS take 8th. Look at this, we've got 6 teams up, so then 7th is taken though from our Imperials Esports though, so 3 teams dropping in the space of seconds there.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting end zone to see some players already taking the high ground. And Orglers, they were a team that the entire time they've been in such a comfortable position. Now they're going to have to be forced out into the open in order to take that position, in order to survive even longer. But there's not really much cover for them to work with. And especially here, looking at Viego, they are just inches away from spotting this team that is right on top of the hill. And once that team is spotted, we're definitely going to be seeing a big fight for this high ground coming through as Viego. That's when almost gets down this. Both of these teams have now spotted each other. This is going to be the fight about who gets to place themselves in a great position going forward into this game.
Viego's in rags though. Look at this. Suba's got the lid gone. All's got no lid, no vest. We've got Kitty though with a bit of duct tape vest. They needed that knock though. They've isolated one. They've got to capitalize. They've got to get the smokes and go. Either get in the car and push round. They want to hold that bowl that's in between these two teams though. 100 ADR down for a 2. They can make 2 though be quite big here. They puff their feathers out, get enough shots down. They've got a bit of time, but they've got to, I suppose, marry their time up as they're actually going for the res. So puts them in zone. That's a bit of a hero's res there, but they need more than a hero's res. They're going to need his hero knocks. There comes one. That nade's going further forward though. Lucky enough, just bouncing past though. They are taking the shots though on the trees. The problem with Diego though is the trees and the cover. Nade though again just rolling down the hill is just not favouring Viego. They've done all the hard work, but 100 ADR, they've learnt their lesson. They're back up. There are 3 versus 4. It does pop out, gets one now. Molly's coming through. Back shots though from those additional players though. They've got to get down towards a 2-on-2. They do it. Presses up and over, puts it down to the final player now. Viego has to make the play forward though. He gets the other knock. He goes down to a 1-on-1. Kitty holding up, but no vest though, and unable. Flash going out though, and Viego, they descend down, and that blue nade inches away from finishing off 100 ADR as well.
Yeah, and I feel like Viego were just kind of too hesitant to push in there. They had the knock, they had it down to a 4-on-2, and they just waited a bit too long getting those nades in, getting those knockdowns in order to really find themselves, or in order to get this 100 ADR team. And they 100 ADR perfectly take advantage of it. But now at the flank, Akatsiku is coming in, and they've spotted them out now. 100 ADR already, another player down, 2-on-4 now, or 2-on-3 now, in order to get this high ground. And this is really the fight that has to be going on in order for them to get themselves into a great position. And 100 ADR still surviving even longer. Asru is down to low HP. Almost gets it. One player left alive on that Atsiku team, as they will now, or 2 players alive.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Now, yeah,
As
the
they will now
August had a
start
steal at
losing.
the very end there. 6 kills for August. They actually got the long distance shot up there. They've been watching that for a while. Formulation Gaming not really had to move too much from where they were originally, but 8 kills on the board. We've got a 4v2 v3 at the end, and I kind of think it's going to be a 4v2 now as Formulation Gaming. I don't think they can actually extend back here. Salty's going to try and hold out on one angle, but I think he's been isolated. August, though, very, very widely spread now. You kind of worry about that normally from teams, but for me, they've just got control. Everyone else seems to be on the back foot, though. Salty actually receives a bit of nade damage. Now here comes the push again. I'm pretty sure he might have just dropped that nade on top of himself and confirmed out, though. Does get some knocks back. There goes Salty, and he tries to crawl away. Formulation Gaming down to 1. SKTS, they're down to a 2, but definitely the push here is coming from August, so I think they spread themselves really wide, but it wasn't Finn. They just, for me, TW, they've controlled this one down.
Yeah, exactly. August, they seem so confident at this very stage of the game. They know that they have that they are one of those teams that has the advantage, that has the players left alive. As these last couple SKTS players find themselves stuck in between a car and a lot of incoming fire. These last couple of August players, they smell blood in the water. It's like sharks just closing in on their prey. As the cars now do start to arrive,
Here comes
there's just
the roll
nothing
pass.
these last players can do. Must fight themselves out of there. They must find a knock or 2 on this right side in order to get themselves back into it. But I don't think that those knocks are going to be coming through. Only one player left, and there we go. August with a great win, or a comfortable win, to be honest.
Yeah, very, very comfortable win. And you got to worry, though, because when you're sitting in that compound for quite some time, and obviously they had to try and deal with Viego, who was in terminal. They didn't really have to push in, so they kind of got a little bit of a pass there as Viego wrapped their way around, and they just, at that point, they were really starting to farm those kills as they had the side angles of that whole digital athletic area where we saw push and all the other teams descending on that east hand side. Viego then eventually going up there. The Husa IMP sit very much at the top. Imperial Esports, though, held out. They were down. They were getting the reses. They found Viego comes in. Again, August wrapping up those kills. We saw again on that east side more and more action, and August seems to be the last team laughing because they were just taking kill after steal, and they put a good amount of points on the board, though. I think they'd be unhappy with that number. I think they would have felt like they would have got more, but overall speaking, a chicken dinner 11 kills is not bad. 21-point game. Let's take a quick break, though. We will have our final Tiago coming up, and we'll see you guys in, well, it's going to be less than 5 minutes knowing these guys, but yeah, we'll see you guys in technically 5 minutes.
want to know if you want to take it slow. Oh, hop up on my jet and roll to Tokyo. When they build up with cash, call me honey, give me money, and designer for the ass.
Definitely need to move my new like gizmo that I've got, because I'm stretching over here to try transition stuff, so I need to work on that. But if you haven't seen it already, hit me up on Twitter at Esports EU. I've got this new Akai APAC Mini. It's got far too many buttons that I need, and they're all flashing at me, so huge distraction from my point. Talk about distractions though. That was a good game. A lot of distractions though coming on the third party. So much obviously with that rotation. I think the zone was a big play. We've already patted down these teams though. But look, enough of us talking. Let's get into it. It is going to be round number 3 and it's coming up. Diego. Basically, sorry, here we go. It's match number 3. Playing path though this time is a east down towards our southwest, but TW this time it kind of pushing teams maybe in again to a southeast corner. Hoping, I think a lot of teams are going to hope that maybe the zone will bounce north side of this, and because as you know, it has to go through the flight path, so we could have a little bit of a crazy zone on this one. It's definitely a indication though. We are favouring maybe the Waters bottom side, but we've got about a minute 20 before we see that one. Most of these teams are split, but look, surprise, surprise, TW. Look at these two teams that are eyeing each other up again for another battle. And again, this is all about, I think, as this map comes into mainstream big event stuff, I think one of these teams is going to make a decision who is taking this spot, because it looks like Primal's leaving one side of the road and push and shoot on the other, mate.
Yeah, but of course it's still just early days. We're still just in scrims here. It's not necessarily playing for anything. So these teams can kind of just feel each other out, feel out who is the best of taking this place, of taking this position. But of course, still just having to fight each other every single time and time again. These teams are going to get used to each other quite quick. And as the first zone already gets revealed, that's kind of going to mess over a lot of these teams.
Yeah, 100%, mate. For those who haven't played, there's a couple of factors that we're just basically with why that came out. There's this whole swamp area here, so in your cars, if you're going through there, you're going to get dug in a little bit, so you're going to see some teams maybe rotate their way around. There's some high ground sitting in the middle, so teams will either take the compound or take the high ground. Very, very popular in a ranked scenario where you see teams trying to fight off here, capturing as many kills. Prism will get dug in for a little while, but every one of these IGLs, the guys and girls who make the decision of where the zone's going to end up, mate, is actually got to factor in it cannot end on water. So yes, this zone's a bit random. The next zone will still be random, but if we have a lot of water still remain, it's going to limit the places where these teams are going to go. 17 teams, 68 players, and there is not a lot of zone that potentially it could land on.
Yeah, most definitely. And as we'll be seeing, those teams are taking that early fight. We see the same fight. Primal already getting the first knockdown onto Zorv. He's not going to be able to stay alive though. With Jagazi getting in closer and closer, it seems less likely by the second.
Oh god, he's going to have to sit this res really quickly. And the advantage is they pushed away from the smoke. They send out kind of another fakey smoke, expecting them like, hey, we are resin here. He's going to put Zorf on the inside, so he should get away with any util coming in, as you would expect it to land in towards those areas. And as they do, both these players are waiting for the res, but Petito's a bit too far away to help and support. He is recalling back. It's just, maybe, is it too hard for Primal to cross this road here without any information as to where the team are?
Yeah, I think it's definitely, they're definitely just making the decision here not to push, kind of holding off, knowing that these players are forced into this house, knowing that these players are forced near each other, and now they're just going to be closing in on them bit by bit by bit. And I do like what the decision that they're making here, not necessarily going for the finish of the knockdown. They know that those last players of push and shoot are stuck, so they're definitely going to be waiting for them to get another knock and then to just hit them at the right opportunity. But from across the pond, we already see Fiego shooting a couple shots and just being very annoying, a nuisance to these teams that are trying to fight.
Is it Fiego? Yeah, Fiego's who rotating through. Might be Project Underdog as well, because they're lurking here as well. So they'll be hearing the shots here. So they took the option. They went quite north to Young quite early when that zone popped. So they want to maybe rotate their way around. This bridge is going to be a double. This is an up and over. So there's a high and a low bridge here. And we're already seeing this high ground. Oh, how's he just whipped himself out the car, sending himself over towards the tree? LULW though, positioned. Actually taking us away from Thunder as they have to recall back. 3 kill down to a 1 shot now. Is he minimal gets away with that one. Hopefully he doesn't trip over and finds himself in the compound. So I told you this area here is, I think it's going to be a real beacon to a lot of teams, especially the early rotations. Oh, worth mentioning, VIS, as we were saying, it was wrong. I did get corrected. It's actually vis. It means power, strength. It's a Latin word. Didn't know. I learned something. Hopefully I'll pass that knowledge on. Don't copy me and call it VIS. It is vis, as it is a Latin word for power. So definitely a power play for them as they won game number 1, mate.
Yeah, so far they've been showing a lot of power, a lot of strength. We're gonna have to see if they are able to follow that or to make that come true once again in this last map, or if they perhaps do not live up to the name. But looking at their position, they found themselves in quite a decent one for this zone, for the time being at least, especially seeing as low W does, they might be holding the high ground, but you can let them hold the high ground, kind of respect them. You don't necessarily have to fight them since low W already has that positioning. You're not really going to be looking forward to perhaps fighting them this early on into the game, and especially for them, for low W, them having that position is a good advantage. But already Thunder, they are right on their heels.
Yeah, so Thunder wanted the hill, didn't they? They wanted this 2-2 split here and capture anyone sitting in the swamp, but getting pushed away, they're unable to take Duff and Marbo over because they are going to get caught either by August or coming through the swamp. They'll be picked up by the hill, so they're going to sit tight. Do you know what? As much as I don't think it's worked out for them now, I think it could work out later. If the zone pulls back, you got to think the most of the landmass is in this southeast corner, so you would expect it to come back over that way and maybe push back down towards them. I would do get Bugger T down. As if I just bring the map over, we can have a bit of a higher look though, as we can see them. They are segregate themselves a little bit of a trap now. Primal maybe looking to condense this one down. There's a confirm. Zorf is down as well. So push and shoot. They lost the first one. They got the game number 2. Now potentially going towards Primal for game number 3 this evening. But we'll have to see if they can hold out, because Primal do need to get themselves to zone. I just feel like there's no blood loss between these two, as they are in the hard cover, as though has been picked up. And oh, he's run out of shots. Gets himself back.
He's gonna be able to get out of there. Yes. Oh, that was too close.
He is lucky there's no extended mag on that one. Good teamwork though. They stuck the smoke over. So no res needed, but yeah, extended mag on that one. They got the hard cover, but I think Prime are going to take this one. Let's have a quick look at the bigger picture. Where Project Underdogs go on the other side. Visto do take DA. We are seeing a bit of a swamp action now. 5-5?
Flyby is starting to come through. Nedax is stuck in between all of these teams, but Nedax, what a play! He takes down Digital Athletics on his own.
Yeah,
he doesn't even need teammates.
It's so dangerous in the swamp. You just can't pick people up like that. Now, Imperial Esports, they want to get on the third party action, but there's no third party action here. As Nedax is just tucked in a free by himself. And he's going to get on his bike and off he pops again. Look, who is he going to see? Is he going to? Is it going to be? He's not going to commit over, is he? I don't think he knows the player's close, and I think it's a hey, I've got my win. Off I go. Power living up to their name, mate. Here comes another player as well. I want to get in. We're not even phase 2 yet, mate.
Yeah, we're not in phase 2, and these teams, they just want to fight each other. They seem eager to battle each other for those points early on into the game, but especially looking at this zone, there's so much waters in the zone that these teams kind of are forced to fight each other now early on into the game before they really get caught off in those worst positions, especially with the zone most likely going more towards the west. These teams that are looking to get themselves a better end zone need to fight early on into the game in order to find themselves a great position, and that's already Nedax going down Migas from the side, just with the flag, able to find that first kill, and Nedax, the nade just doesn't quite land. So he will survive a little bit longer, but I don't think that he'll be able to get out of here with his life.
Visto is making a big play for the res. Needs to get some smoke on in. Does pop the smoke out and re-smokes the rock, so that would draw any attention. And the Stratton with his overhead covering fire is actually providing and stopping that push though from Imperial's Esports though. Zone shifts not to where I thought it was going to go. Goes very northwest, and again we still have a lot of the water in this hill. We're going to see third party action after third party action though. NNNOOOO, they have pushed in now. We're tuning with this fight because the rest of Thunder are coming over the hill, not so far away anymore now. They just need to ensure they pick up the solo player now, sit on the outside.
Yeah, exactly. And this was the problem for Thunder. They were split up initially 2-2. So now already having one of the twos being eliminated, being out of the game, and with free kill being just so isolated from his teammate, that we're going to be looking at a very hard end game here if they even survive longer than this. Kill here, he's just getting closed in on. His cavalry is just getting closer and closer and closer. And what can you do here if you're free kill, if you want to survive? Even the blue zone, that might just force him off the building.
Oh,
no, not quite.
I actually really like that play with the car. It kind of, I don't think they had the information of where he was, and they're able to bait him out, maybe is the best way to put it. They baited him out of his spot, and I think Thunder now just got to call it quits. They've got to play in. They're on the outside of the zone. Marbo's already going, and we're seeing a huge descent of these teams. These late teams will not get over it quite cleanly. As I mentioned before, yes, it's been a ranked, but with esports, though, these teams getting used to how they rotate and where they rotate in. So SKTS, they put themselves up on that top side. NNNOOOO, though, they get blessed, though, on the adjacent side. Thunder, unfortunately, the Thunder has been extinguished slightly. Marbo, the final player, maybe looking for this Shax, maybe want to try and hold up here, but Solo, they're down numbers already. McLaren's are up. I think they've seen him anyway. They're down for a 2 now. Nade cooked in hand over the top, though, and far away. Thunder Marbo, he goes down 15th place. It's unfortunate they got caught. We're getting a lot of teams. As I said, this hill is going to be prime real estate for people. Well, it's actually, no, hold on. TW, it's not prime real estate anymore, but it's kind of going to be the go-to place, I feel like, for these teams.
Yeah, it's going to be the go-to place for those teams that are looking to the edge of the zone and then going in bit by bit and moving with. for that time being, those teams, they might just find themselves caught off guard. You see this Imperial team rotating from the south side, just away from those fights. They know that they don't necessarily need to go for those fights in order to find themselves a great placement in the later zones of the game. And yeah, look at this. They found themselves a little hill to hide on in order to perhaps place themselves or get themselves in a good position into the late game. And especially, I was saying, these teams that are rotating in from the edge of the zone, they're gonna be finding those teams that are as well looking to rotate late into the game. Especially now with Pog already having a player down.
Yeah, he jumped.
He's
He jumped
just gonna
off.
be revived.
He jumped off and he took full damage. So the zone shifting away as we would expect now to lose the water, and it is. But actually, now to come back down, pick up the player. Obviously, losing the vehicles. Formulation Gaming now going to try and hold them out. They've got to figure out how they get out of this one, as they are weaving their way through. But there are 3 levels to this: a water level, the low level, and then the high level. And Formulation Gaming, I feel like they've got most of these covered now. As I suppose they've got to capitalize on the mistake made by Project Underdog.
Yeah, and if you're Project Underdog, you're gonna have to be wondering, thinking to yourself, what went wrong? Why is it that we find ourselves in such a bad position? In the meantime, DGC get eliminated. That's gonna be Lord W with 3 points on the scoreboard. Wait for them. Might just be searching for these Imperial players that are going for the rotation. Look at this. Nidax is just not hitting this shot. Is he going to be able to finish it up? Yes, indeed he is. Demon time now goes down. This is not looking good for Imperial. Viz just closing in on them bit by bit. And Nifas is the last player standing on this Imperial squad. As he now, I think he should be spotted out too. And it's just going to be a matter of time before these Viz players just slowly creep up closer. Yeah, now he's been spotted out. Now it's just a timer on his head.
Oh, he's taking a bike over as well. He's going at it in style as well. Nade has been cooked. It's going to be coming in. Don't think he's going to get it. He does get the splash damage. So BMX style throws a nade for victory. Just a highlight, don't mess with this. They have the power, and they are looking to get another win up on the board, potentially. Solo, though, they actually left the shack. They played a little bit further over after dealing the final blow, though, towards Thunder, though. 100 ADR has also working their way on the outside. They come in, though, but a wide rotation. We just saw SKTS. They go down as they extended themselves in. Hapo is the main city of choice, which will be on the I suppose the most amount of real estate here. I think these teams be looking at this one. We know we've got to leave the water. We've been losing it slowly and slowly here. Wow, Primal just about coming in now as well. Project Underdogs rotating their way in. And if you look at, for those that don't know, if you get Twire.gg, they've got a wonderful tool where you guys can give them some support, give them some love, and in return, you are able to use their tool to go back and look at games like this, and then able to put the actual zone sizes down. And if you've got it, all you gotta do is put the center of the zone somewhere on land, all right, somewhere where the game can end. So these type of zones, for those, I suppose, the coaches and the IGLs would have been looking at the zones like this, going, actually, we need to think about where zone number 4 is going to go. If it loses the water now on the big question, where can it go? And it's going to pull back to this neck of the woods. So I think some of these compounds that are solo, as you can rightly see, are getting crashed, because anywhere else you wouldn't quite get the angle you need. And Viego will be overlooking this compound. The Formulation Gaming, they do crash themselves in as well, so we might see a bit of third-party action themselves. But Viego are still causing a little bit of damage, but not getting the kills. They're only on 2 kills at the moment.
Yeah, but looking at their position, there's a team behind them, there's a team in front of them. They are in between 2 teams, but at least one of those teams is in the blue zone. That one team does have to rotate into the hands, and they should be able to pick up those kills if they're just able to hit the shots.
Yeah, look up. Ensure they hit those shots now. Primal, they don't have any information. They're coming in very, very late. Phase 4 is going to hurt a bit. Did they get the run over? They pick up a kill. Take it. There's another number 5 on the board for them at the cost of the loss of 1. It does swap over seat really, really quickly. Now they're sending themselves over again. They don't have the information. So the question is, where did they stop? Looks like the call is to go back to this shack. And They are, unfortunately, in the middle of a little bit of a bloodbath. There goes one, there goes two. Smoke needs to come out. Don't throw any of them because their nades and mollies should just about get enough. But SRM, they're already closing in. I think they've seen the bleeding of Primal, but I don't think they can get close enough, though. LULW on the other side, mate, it's causing them issues.
Yeah, and I feel like with Primal having such a late rotation into the game, they kind of messed themselves over, having to rotate into all of those teams that are playing the edge of the zone. Those teams playing the edge of the zone, they should be able to pick up those kills quite easily, especially now with Primal being down. And looking at it, it's definitely looking a bit better than it looked a second ago, but they're still just stuck in between this mortar fire from both teams. But at least the nades are starting to come through.
Look at the amount of util that's going out there, DW. It was just a sea of red nades going over the top. SRM, though, I think they're eager to have a good game. They've not had a good first and second game, if we're honest. A very strong team, a very well-known brand from an esports point of view. I suppose they want to get some points on the board before we transition over towards the Miramar. But look at that, 8 kills. SRM are into play now for this one, but they've got to deal with all eyes on we. Primal, they go down and out. As I said, they had no information caught here between this SRM push zone. Does come back slightly their way now, and there you go. Unfortunately for them, they're going to lose this hill very, very shortly. Looks like they've got to smoke the cars, and they've got to think what they do after this one. They've got to keep those tires alive.
Yeah, they've got to make sure that that car stays alive later on into the game, especially with the zone now getting kind of tricky for them. Especially that next zone should put them in a very bad position. Viz find themselves on 10 kills in the meantime. That's 10 points for them. But I don't quite think, if I'm not mistaken, there's only 2 players left on their team.
One now, just one.
Oh, there's only one. Oh no, stanky nuts. I mean, still them having 10 points on the scoreboard, it's quite solid, but they should not be able to contest or to really fight for that #1 position. Doesn't hit the shots, and now he spotted out stanky nuts. You've got to get out of there.
Oh, he needed to hit that shot. That was a moment of pressure. Maybe overturn those nuts there, mate, as he is going to roll them downhill and out. He's going to have a good couple of trenches. I wouldn't stay by that rock because I think that's where they're going to end up, but could maybe put himself in the field, lay low. They won't be able to see him unless they push all the way down. 180 yard, won't know exactly where he's going to go here, but this end zone is never going to be great. Fiego are playing now either for the hill or the high ground. Or let's say little bumpy high ground in the middle. Actually, go back. I'm actually a bit worried about this one. They're going to have to use the cars well now because anyone sitting on the outside will get a great position from behind him. That car needs to be positioned. Oh, and we are seeing the shield deployment coming into effect now, so not too bad. That will stop the cars flipping over towards them, only to a degree, but got to question that position. That might work out for them. Hopefully, they will prove me wrong.
I really hope so too, but looking at all of the team now surrounding them, it's going to be so hard for them to survive, especially one of those teams starts rotating in. It's going to be, I mean, they could potentially find themselves those kills that are rotating in towards them, but it could also just cost them dearly having gone for that early on position, not really moving with the zone, and forcing a lot of those teams to fight them. Having them position in the middle of the zone, every single team will be pushing you as the zone keeps on going on, which is gonna make for a big battle. And if you have such a huge battle, it's just gonna be hard to survive it.
Yeah, talking about hard survival is those sort of areas though. August though taking some shots first off and drawing your attention. And again, look at this util. They're right in the middle of SRM and Fiego. So that little shield has been holding up. Vis though, or Tanky Nuts though, has found his nuts though as he picks up 1, 2, but comes in from 180R. He goes down and out though. And August find themselves not quite August, but I'm gonna have to stick this res very quickly. The only advantage he's got is right in the middle. If SRM, they're on a 10 kill spree at the moment, mate. If they want to get another couple of kills and pop up and over, it will be hard. It could expose the back here of August because that buggy is going to give him no cover at all.
Yeah, especially with these SRM players just being inches away from spotting these two players, but something that's really interesting to see that a lot of these teams are coming in from the east side. None of those teams are deciding to go towards the west side of the map where no teams are positioned. They instead like to fight each other more. It's interesting to see because there's not many points to be gained here at the end of the game anymore. There's not that many teams alive, so perhaps playing for those winner chicken dinner points, playing for that 10 points, should be the play here in my eyes, instead of fighting off and perhaps risking death against a team that you don't necessarily have to fight.
Yeah, there you go, understanding the team crashing themselves in, couldn't quite get themselves in the cars. I think that's a mistake though for one of their players, because they could have left at the same time and they might have got away with it. They pushed themselves out to the west hand side. You mentioned before, there is no teams out there. Everyone is in this little southeast corner, and the shots now coming in. All eyes on Windows. Do take some shots though. SRM also getting into the compound, taking the shots. There goes one, but two go down instantly. All eyes on we are able. We've seen them defend it compounds before, but under how much pressure though, they lose another one. SRM on a roll, but not too much of a roll, as all eyes on we get a confirm, unable to stick the res. This zone is coming in. Phase 6 is going to chunk here. SRM have to factor in, they've got to get shifting themselves now. Going to be driving straight past the window, goes for the shots though. He does whip the shots and able to get back to the driving seat though, but he's not in zone. He's going to take a couple of minutes though just to get the med on. And here's the final player. SRM down to a 1. August pretty much down to a 1 as well. And 100 ADR, who've been sitting on the outside for some time, are like, where's everyone gone? Because we want to get some more kills on the boards, lads.
Exactly, and 100 SRM, the team that placed themselves early on towards the west side of the map, realizing that everyone was going to come in from the east, just able to chill down, laser pressing fire, and get those points across because of all of those teams having to rotate into their hands. Now, they find themselves in quite a great position, but there's only 2 players left on 2 of those teams, with only 1 left on this last SRM team. It's all gonna be on where the next zone goes, because these players, I don't think they'll be fighting each other before it's really necessary. As I'm saying that though, we do see the first fight come through, and that's August finding a great leg up towards those 100 ADR players. They needed to find that kill to get a great position going, because they are now the only team with a man advantage going in towards most likely the final zone of this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a quicker game than our last one. I think the attention was just drawn up there. I know SRM were down numbers, but naturally, even if you had more people out on the final battleground, right, you'd be looking at this high ground thinking there'll be a definite team coming up here. Blessed though, 100 yard, don't need to move. Just sit tight. Just sit here. Let August take the fight. This is a difference between picking up 3rd points and potentially picking up 2nd points. Actually, just sit down. Maybe SRM will take the fight. August are very locked into where you are. SRM now taking some shots over. Very focused again. He needs to get in also. So, popping some smoke. Natural movement is going to be in towards this area. But I think SRM going to potentially lay up in between both of these teams, unless he goes really wide. Playing the blue rotation, I suppose it'd be the smart rotation. It is going that way now. 100 ADR can be zoomed in. Needs to hit these shots though. Misses the first mission. Spots across the orb. Tries to get some shots back. SRM doing the same. Hits the tree. Having to go down to his stomach now. August will want to close the door. Stop this fight as quick as they can. Both these guys go for the nades though. It does. SRM though hooks the nade, instantly gets himself across over towards that mini 14. It was nade, instant whip over. It's a 2v1. I'll take these odds. Apart from he's got a cracked vest, they just don't know exactly where he is. They are going to come into shot now. I don't think he's seen easy forwards. He has picked him up though. He gets the shots though on him, and it is going to be a winner chicken dinner. 3 kill game, the lowest kill game though. And August just survived out at the right time, mate. Good game, 13 points, and yeah, I kind of would have hoped 100 ADR might have got the kill there on SRM, or SRM came steamrolling past him and didn't take as much damage, but good end zone. I think we had 3 different endings though for Tiago, and I don't know, do you have a favourite? Do we have that studio? We had that random side end of a field, and then we had that high ground field ending as well. I don't know, TW, if you had a preferred game out of those 3.
My first game, the first game was definitely my favorite, especially with that end zone being so close, just with 1 HP, 1 shot differencing from who was winning there. But I do have to mention of that last game, 100 ADR, I'm kind of disappointed in them. They had 2 players left at the end, and that one player that got downed early on, he was too eager to get that kill. If he would have just survived, stayed alive a little bit longer, that one SRM player that was coming in from the rotation, he would have been killed way before anything would have really cost them, and they could have had a chance to pick up the 10 points and to win out that game. Unfortunately, they got too eager with it.
Yeah, we see at the end, obviously, and August to a degree, the teams that are on the lower kills, I think are thinking, oh, there's been some high kill games. You see all these people rattling around on that kill feed, and they're like, hey, we're missing kills. I've got to go get as many kills as I can. Actually, sometimes, as you mentioned, just sit tight. You get the chicken dinner, you get the placement points, but you also then eventually harvest up the kills and let the other teams around you fight. They had the better placement very much at the end, and very much sort of mid to late game as well. They had the positioning, but I'll tell you what, let's take a very, very quick break. We are going to get the lobby loaded. We are going to move over to the sandy shores of Miramar. So get your pina coladas and get those flip-flops on, mate, 'cause it's all sand coming up. I'll see all of you in a couple of minutes. Here we go, as I forgot to press the music button. That's my bad, but one thing we didn't forget to do is turn around the lobby super, super quick. Because, as always, with the EU PUBG scrims, there is no messing around. Now, we had our first section of Diego, and just a real quick sum up, Diego was actually really, really strong. We'll go into a bit more detail, especially with the leaderboard we're going to talk about in a section. But before we talk to you more, they've been checked. They've got the parachutes loaded. They've got the gear loaded, and they are ready to drop in. It's our second segment now. We are going to game number 4 now, and it's going to be Miramar. I'll see you guys in a second. Here we go, and it's not game number 3, it's game number 4 as we now go in towards that Miramar segment of this evening, and that flight path is horrible. A very northwest to an east, pushing everyone potentially in towards our favourite spot though of Miramar in that northeast corner. Could go other ways. We could see El Pozo, maybe we could see that Power Grid Middle San Martin area. Could get a bit of minus, could go quite late to El Hazard, but one thing I'm interested in, the CTW Auglers have put back-to-back chicken dinners on the board. I wonder if they can do it again.
Yeah, same. I'm really wondering if they're going to be able to get themselves in a great position now with the map being switched. They might find themselves in a worse position than early on. We definitely saw them dominate on Tiago, but this time around, looking at where they're landing, they are split up from each other.
Yeah,
This might not be the best decision.
it's not too bad in the sense that we still normally see teams like land here, but they've gone really far over. I think they've gone to go get the cars a little bit further in. Now, Thunder might not be happy. Double will be looking at that as potential. Now, lucky enough for them, the zone does go quite central on the flight path, favouring down towards that south side. So August might tighten up towards Hacienda and maybe hold up. Or it might be the call. Do you know what? Let's just play a little bit further back down. Thunder's going to be their problem, but they've got a couple of teams on this north side that might want to push down. And as we know, well, we've already seen it. I kind of feel like today is like back to back. It's going to be a bit of a horrible rotation style ending now, as Primal don't land on top of push and shoot, and Solo eventually landing down, and Primal might be disappointed. So lows to be taken up. Solo trying to get to the normal drop zone. No surprise there. SRM sitting in the middle. That's their normal drop zone, especially we see in the Pro League stuff as well. Formulation Gaming taking Power Grid. We got no Twisted Minds this evening, so they're able to maybe go back towards Power Grid. It'd be a hard push out of there if it doesn't end. I think for me, a lot of these teams might take this cliffside and hope that it comes back to a west, but Miramar is always a problem when it comes down to rotation kills.
Yeah, most definitely, especially since this is just one of those very open maps. I feel like getting those rotation kills can sometimes be kind of hard. It can sometimes be kind of easy, depending on where you really get yourself positioned into the game. With now a couple of teams already placing themselves quite good for the late game, and some teams really having to push in, especially looking at that top left side of the map. There's just 3 teams that will potentially fight themselves just to get inside of the zone.
Yeah, it is. This is great. You look at this top left here. So VIS will most really try and come down and around. I suppose natural for them. There won't be any changes, but you kind of think: do you come in by Monty? Do you go a little bit further down, or do you maybe go back north and come in this sort of north, maybe come on this northeast side? But I don't think you would because of the flight path. So I think natural, especially for these teams up in this northwest corner, to maybe play down and in, as the south will be very, very clear because of the flight path.
Yeah, definitely making sure that you're able to survive the first couple of zones would definitely be a great play for those teams. Especially what we've seen from Auglers in the first map. We saw them get that early on position in order to find themselves in a great position in the late game. And again, Auglers now already pushing up, finding the first kill onto one of the Viego players. That's going to be 1 and out. Viego, they find themselves in a bad position early on into the game.
Catching people out by themselves at the moment, so pushed out from this wide split up towards Graveyard, centralising up. I don't think they know exactly where it's going to go, but I think they're praying that it's just going to donut in towards theirs. Now we do see a lot of zones ending around here as well, so it's not that bad of a roll of a dice, as expect them to be kind of comfortable with this one. We'll stay with the map just at the moment, as they will move in. I just look at the map here. For me, you got to be looking at this from a team going, hey, this bottom side is going to be better. It's going to be favoured for us, as it should move down towards this sort of neck of the woods, right?
Yeah, most definitely. Getting yourselves towards the bottom side would be the greater advantageous play for these teams. But of course, it's gonna be so hard rotating in from those teams that are already holding it. Oh, what a tap! Not, I thought Demon Time hit that shot, but it was actually his teammate from the side, and that's
It
gonna
looked
be
like him
you
though.
on down.
It looked like him. That's all I'm gonna say. It looked good.
Yeah, it looked very good. I mean, I thought that he hit that one tap mid-air, but unfortunately for him, or actually fortunately for him, it was his teammate picking up the kill, picking up that point. And now these Armored AR players, they find themselves in a bad position. And Primal, now once again, this is a team that in the early game, they like to fight. They like to get in teams' faces in order to get those points early on. But once again, it might just come to bite them in the back as they already find 2 players down. And now it's looking like these SKTF players should be able to rein in those nades and get those last couple players that are caught, that are just caught in between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, he rolls forward at the wrong time. That nade was cooked, and yeah, unfortunately for him, it just gets caught slightly as he does go down and out now.
Yes, we're now starting to look at teams that are, as we're starting to look at teams that are going to be rotating in through the map. We see some teams taking the more northern positions. We see some taking the more southern positions. But of course, these players, they don't know where everyone is positioned, so they don't necessarily know where they can head. They are still going to have to tread lightly, heading into the late, or heading into the zone, heading into that north position, heading into those south positions, as a lot of teams have already positioned themselves in the middle of the zone for those later on zones that once they start coming through, once they start rolling through, they'll find themselves in a great position to catch off those rotations and to get those early points going.
Yeah, it's going to be about those early rotations, I feel, for the teams, but let's wait and see. Not so raining out and down. Kind of hoping. Formation Gaming for me, though, quite a nice little split. Like, I know they had that power grid and they're holding the building. They want to try and hold anyone coming from this north side, but there was an extended outlook down in the sort of south to southeast corner where they are, and we're a bit of fire now from Thunder. The whole raining shots back as Marbo just gets in on time. Wow, that's only a couple of HP away from that one there.
Yeah, the recall hurting German Future a bit too much, as he almost manages to get that kill into Marbo. And if he would have found that kill, he would have definitely been able to push up a little bit further. But since he did not manage to find the knockdown, he had to just cut his losses and say, all right, I'm not going to be pushing this. It's too risky. There could be another player right onto Marbo. And if I do push this, it will potentially just cost me my own life. As that Marble player does get himself onto a bit higher HP, and he's now going to be pushing German Future. He's kind of just he's solo here. He has to back off a little bit if I'm him, because this is not looking good with these players, or with these Thunders players just closing in bit by bit.
Yeah, the only advantage he's got is he does have high ground cover, so they can't push up and over. The next step that Formation Gaming have to do is ensure they get a knock, though, from those 2 Thunder players, as if they do continue and push around, feeling that they can maybe take German on a little bit more aggressively, then they'll be okay. I also am very fearful that if I pop the map back up, is anyone that might feed in the middle here is either a trap for them, or they might capitalize on Formation Gaming being so split here. We are seeing all these teams now, a lot of long distance action. We see this from Miramar. This is a kind of telltale sign when it comes down to these type of games, as they are going to continue to I suppose keep putting on the damage, but a lot of teams just might get caught out a little bit here, as they are maybe playing the 2-2s a little bit differently than they normally would.
Yeah, especially just with these long range fights, I don't necessarily like going, or I wouldn't necessarily like going for too many of those fights early on. With those long range fights, you're just not going to be able to finish up on your knockdowns, and you're kind of just going to be burning through your utility. And unless you have someone that is able to flank and close, that is able to finish those knockdowns, you're not really, you should not necessarily have to be going for those kills.
Yeah, I just want to keep an eye on the map just at the moment, because It just can come multiple ways. As I just feel like, hey, at the moment, there could be a bit of a problem when it comes down to these teams rotate. The zone is tightening himself up. It plays back to that west-hand side with very much a low and high ground split, really 50-50. And just depends where these teams kind of come in, mate, and how they play the next couple of zones out, and what does that mean to them. Yeah, you've got to find a little bit of a home. Formation Gaming are still a little bit split here, but German does give up the compound. Thunder do play themselves in under an element of pressure, though, from our Digital Athletic team, but we've got a massive migration on this north here. Look at this.
Yeah, it's these teams that are deciding to go for the high ground. This is definitely the play for the later game. Getting that high ground up and going and making sure that you're able to position yourself there. But of course, every one of those teams is thinking that. Every one of those teams, they want to get themselves onto the high ground, and that's going to perhaps put you in a very bad position if you want to find a safer position to play in. Especially with VSIS now getting a couple of shots across.
You surely got to think they're going to eventually get a crash in. Looks like the guys are having a little sneaky look at this one, though. As they are leaning on a little bit of an aggressive tap, but all eyes on we. Nice positioning for them.
Exactly, but they do find themselves in between a lot of those teams. If it's just those teams pushing up against them in the latest, or once those teams start pushing up against them, it could be very hard for them to stay alive. But those dunes, they should give a lot of cover for the time being. You really see VIS against Solo. It's going to be a couple of VIS players down, and they were looking great in the earlier games, but now they aren't necessarily looking that great with only 2 players left alive.
Yeah, it's a very, very tough game for them now, as you're trying to continue on the fight, but push and shoot, though. They do pick up one, and they are still pushing forward here. Even though they do get a knock, Booker T might find himself a little bit too high up on that mountainside, as our Imperials were slightly split. So they take the 2 away, as Vis, though, find themselves 180 armed. A little bit quiet on the outside there, lol. Extend themselves in Bacado. Our team for Bacado is Ashram. They do come up to the compound a little bit on that west-hand side, praying for the zone to continue to come down towards more of a west, but they'll be praying a little bit more for a southwest now if the zone pulls back, though. SGC, they're wrapping on that northeast corner. Loads of room left for them, though, to play, and Power Grid is looking a little bit spicy. All eyes on Weeds. Viego, Formation Gaming have been split now, and that was a worry, though, when they split like that. And August, though, pushing in on that sort of north side as well. So not so much room now for these teams, and I feel like the zone is going to force positions, and it has forced them north.
Yeah, and this is just very bad for those teams on the south side of the map. The difference between the north side and the south side is that the north side just has such a height advantage. If you find yourselves on that high ground position, you find yourself in that cover positioning from those lower ground teams. Those lower ground teams they will just have to go through a barrage of bullets in order to even stay alive and get themselves into the zone if they want to survive, if they want to get themselves in there. And we now see the rotation starting to come through a little bit already.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit hard. She's not too bad for VIS. They've got a little bit of zone in, but got to ensure they stop 180R crashing their compound. They wouldn't expect it, but maybe with May losing that tire, might have drawn their attention in. Going to continue rolling. Have they cut the engine? They haven't, no. So the call here from 180R is continue, get as much zone, but they haven't got the information. They'll be rolling in towards Project Underdog, though. Waiting. This is where we're going to see these rotation kills now starting to happen, because the zone being so small, and those teams on the south side just won't have the information. As 180R misses some initial shots, but same in return. Project Underdog, they're going to be fully exposed, and 180R don't miss those shots, though, as they pick it up. But they're going to continue to rotate. Surely, maybe Power Grid's going to be the home of choice, or this bolt here just to stop and wait. Or maybe that bolt he shot on that tire was near point perfect.
Yeah, that's definitely going to hindrance them to really rotate in towards a good position. With now a lot of these teams already having gained those early on buildings, they're just going to be able to shoot and have themselves a field day, get those points across the scoreboard, as we see a lot of knockdowns, a lot of kills coming through right now and right here.
Yeah, it's just there's no space left now, right? It's a fight of area, fight of zone, and no deployable shield. We are seeing more and more of these coming in. Shots they do come down. Viego causing the damage. Does get the kill and confirm. Expect more steals. This playing in. Will Project Underdog get a second attempt at getting some knocks and kills? As they've got one of the reses up. And this has pulled up towards the cliff. That's quite a normal play. They're going to be okay. Look, again, there's huge amounts of... I can kind of go any section of the map, and we are seeing fighting. Free kill taking the fights on GGC. They need to try and get in. August down numbers now, and going for a full McLaren as they hit the firehouse, though. Oh, surprised that car didn't explode on that impact, and they are now in. And Formulation Gaming 360 no scope off the end, and off they go, giving up this bit of the compound. The strength of the building now. Power grid, though, huge roll of the dice there, but I think August, if they're left there, mate, could be really dangerous.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. August, they definitely do have the cover in order to stay alive long enough, and in order to get those kills that are rotating in towards them, in towards the zone, from the sides, from up above, and even from the west. With a lot of these teams now having to rotate in and having to get out into the open in order to get themselves out of the blue zone.
A bit of a horrible rotate. This trying to do the same and doesn't quite get the same result as August. One gets caught. Unfortunately, I feel like even if there was two there, it would have been the same ending. A little bit on the outside now. LUOW needs to try and get in. SRM also trying to rotate their way in. A little bit of fight on this sort of southeast corner. We've seen these teams be neighbours for quite some time. SKTS's, though, they're playing a little bit further, though. They're happy to hold. And Formulation Gaming now is a 2-2 split, but two of them are out. Project Underdogs trying to get in. Diggs goes down pretty quickly as that kill confirms. DA don't need to move from their junkyard. They're going to be happy, and there's going to be a huge fight. 14 teams, mate. This is 45 players, and there's hardly any of these really in zone on the south, so everyone is going to be fighting for every little bit of sand grain they can get now, trying to get in. I kind of fear we might see these individual, or these teams start playing individual games, and maybe the teams that are tighter and already in will harvest the kills and be more grateful that they were here first.
Definitely. It's all about harvesting those kills, getting those points across the scoreboard, and making sure that you are able to set a presence everywhere on the map. If you're able to just set a presence at some different spots, you're going to be causing those teams to kind of second think about having to rotate in towards there, because just showing presence is enough for a team to back off and to not decide to go for that position, as we now do see a lot of these teams having to rotate in.
Yeah. Oh, just even looking at players here, it's a double for Thunder needs to get up and over, kill, I suppose, the players in situ, but lucky enough he only lose one. TGC now trying to cause some damage. SRM on the other side, they're now taking shots now. Project Underdogs, though, they're home, which has been on the south side for quite some time. They're losing it very, very quickly. They've just lost two. Final player for them now is further around, and I kind of isolated here from DA. In the middle, though, SKTS coming in solo, trying to play. SKTS trying to hold, but look at this. All eyes on we. All eyes on my nade as it bounces up and over the Marauder. And they're coming back through, taking the shots, though. And I suppose lucky enough to smoke his store. Not halfway burnt, as we do see Thunder down and out. SGC, though, they're going to try and help. SRM now going down as they get the knockdown to zone. They find themselves at 2, and it is all going back to power grid. Surprisingly, our solo team are still holding on, but not for much more. They did get a final kill, a little final stab. It's still 12 teams now. More teams we've had. This is the highest team. Look at that, Imperials, though. They've been blessed. Everyone's gone south, mate.
Yeah, Imperial, they just find themselves in a very comfortable position. They're now just going to be able to rotate in, but with them having such a northern position and with no teams being near them, they're not going to be able to contest for those kills. They're only going to be able to contest for that positioning. So for a team that hasn't necessarily performed too well today, I've got to be looking at getting those kills on the scoreboard and getting those points instead of necessarily fighting for that later on position, for fighting for the winner chicken dinner. Now we do see ADR finally getting themselves in towards August that had such a great position. There are only 2 men left alive against 4, and I think that ADR should be able to pick this up unless West End and Lyron do manage to pull off something amazing. Was able to find the first knockdown, but not quite. West End now goes down, leaving it all up to Lyron. Lyron does manage to find 2 knockdowns, if I'm not mistaken there.
Good knocks though from Lyron that came in at the right time. Though we might see some shotguns. The smoke's not going to be helping here. He heard the click of the nade and the clickety clack sends him back in towards, I suppose, the only place he can hide. Now the smoke will be hiding the footsteps though from 100 ADR, but I think he knows he's on that side. Fiego, they're coming in. Looks like the nade's coming through here. Lyron, if it comes through his side, they're going to cause some damage here. SKTS they go down. There was that nade. Fiego pick up 1. Fiego down to the final player themselves, but they're also able to close the door, and 100 ADR have stuck the res. If I actually put the camera angle in the right section, he actually able to stick both res. I don't know how well Fiego's been reading that kill feed, but they need to get involved pretty quick if they're going to do it. Looks like the molly though is going to come out. Let's tune on the other side though, as our Imperials, it went a bit quiet for them and extended a bit too far in. Digital Athletic hold out the west hand side. Formulation Gaming come to the south section of the power grid, and then drop zone has been heard. DGC, they should surely push in here. Imperials making a ditched attempt into zone. That is a huge gap to take off as well, and you're just going to draw so much attention over to yourself now, and I don't think he's got the cover needed.
No, he definitely does not have the cover needed. He needs to get those kills that are rotating in towards him, that are rotating into his hands if he does want a chance at staying alive. And he's now getting shot at. He's now down to half HP. The players are closing in, and yes, that's Imperials down. And another, once again, DA, they find themselves in a great position later on into the game. So far, they haven't really been able to opportunize on those advantageous positions, but this time around it's looking great for them.
180, 1 kill here. They're able to get themselves back. Fiego, they're still surviving. Both these teams living in the firehouse now, and Formation Gaming now finding themselves in the outside of the zone. Digital Athletic, I think they're just blessed. They've got great zone. They don't need to push in just yet. Once they figure out they're the only team maybe still remaining, SRM 10 kills for them. Again, we've had back-to-back good games from SRM. I don't think they've got the chicken dinner. Well, let's not write this one off just yet. But they've got the kills. So consistency, every point is generated from a kill, and obviously from the placement points, which they're now in. We're 6 teams, so we're already into those placement point sections. So if they can continue this momentum, I definitely see him climbing up that leaderboard slightly now. But DGC, they're up in that northeast corner originally, but they've actually taken an option to come down for the south side. They wanted to get themselves into power grid, but I kind of fear a little bit here, TW, that sometimes we see the zone play out to the top and come out, and they would have been in a great zone holding this ridge line, but they're a little bit over the roll, and I think they're hoping for the PUBG gods to favour them slightly.
Yeah, they're definitely hoping for those PUBG gods to get themselves a great to give themselves a great zone. But even if it isn't a great zone, looking at where they have to go in order to rotate up, if the zone does go onto that northern side, there's not any teams contesting them. It's only these two, Fiego and ADR, that will be contesting them, and they are still fighting. They're still distracted at each other. So looking at how long this fight will take will really just make sure that those teams or that one team is able to rotate in. Don't quite land.
DA have come in on the other side
once again.
Dominating. Wow, DA coming in aggressively on the other side though. 100 ADR, left it too late, and DA got the strength of experience to really clean up there. Able to get out. Did hit a double shot. Didn't phase to turn around and knew he needed to get out there where possible, though. DA grabbing his man. The smoke doesn't give him the cover needed. Didn't able to expand out where needed. So DA unfortunately losing one. They have cleared up though. SRM, they've gone down and out. And we do find ourselves now in our top 4 teams though. Formulation Gaming, they got 3. DGC got 3. DA had 3. They've just lost one, and there goes that confirmed. They're down to a 2, and our Fiego team, they're also a 2.
And if I've got to be thinking about, or if I'm thinking about DA here, they made a misplay. They were too eager to push in there, and that cost them so much. Now they find themselves in a disadvantageous position for these last zones, for these last fights. They had 4 people alive. They just had to hold that ridge line towards the left side of the zone in order to stay alive from those teams that are pushing in. And Fiego absolutely, or FMG, I'm sorry, absolutely take advantage of them. Now closing in on Erling Haaland too. Erling Haaland, and if he's just as good as he is in football, then we'll definitely see him clutching this one out, but I just don't think that he's got it here with those players just closing in. He's now been spotted too. The nades should be raining in anytime soon, and yeah, the knockdown does go through. Salty picks that one up for himself. And now DA, they've got to be kicking themselves in on the back. They was doing so good this entire game, and now they don't look like to be winning this game.
It's going to be such a hard game for them now to try and get out from here. But yeah, definitely overextension wasn't great. Didn't really work out for them. They should have really focused on actually, hold on, we needed to play that slightly different. Obviously playing it now slightly better into this side kind of worked out for them. And I feel like they should be a bit better off in the sense they could hide. But Formulation Gaming coming out aggressively. They've gone round. They just don't have the information now. Nade's coming back. DA on the defensive foot, but it might slow down a bit here, TW, at the end. But I kind of like where Formulation Gaming have gone with this. They've left the compound. DGC now just farming the information. You can see them in the background. There should be someone here. I heard some shots earlier, but where's everyone gone?
Yeah, DGC though, looking at their position, they have the best position in my eyes. They have so much cover to work with. They've just got to be finding those kills across the scoreboard in order to kind of farm those at the later stages of the game. Heath might be one for them to take, but with it seeming like Formulation Gaming getting closer and closer, I feel like they should be able to pick up that kill anytime soon if one of those nades just lands in the right position.
Oh my god, he hit an AWM shot in the air. He was jumping. That there is disgusting. PUBG at its finest. There's 2 AWMs, I believe, on the map as well. We've got this one with Fiego, and I'm pretty sure I've seen one over here as well. There is an AWM over here as well. So 2 bolty actions going into the final zone. We are phase 8. This is the last one before it goes to the dot. The dot will be kind of this side of the fence. It's going to be close. It might be on the fence. Between our Fiego team and DGC, but DGC have just gone, hey, we want to close this game out, and they've kind of like bloomed out to hold as much zone as possible.
Exactly, and if you're Fiego here, you hope that it goes on the sense. You hope that you have some cover to fight with, and you hope that you just don't have to get into those open arms of DGC. But now, this could be the right opportunity for Fiego to start pushing in, with FMG starting to get closer and closer and closer towards DGC, and with them starting to fight, this could be the right opportunity for them to, while DGC are distracted, move into the zone and perhaps find a little rat spot to really get yourself. Look at this from Hughes. Look at this from Hughes. Does get finished. That's Digital Athletics now not living up to their potential, going down in 4th place for this game.
Good shot, so coming through. Yeah, unfortunately, going down and out. Formulation Gaming, they now have to crawl their way back in towards the power grid area. Fiego, though, happy. They've sat well on the outside. Shots, though, come in. Formulation Gaming, They get the first, not confirmed though. It goes for a 3v2 v2. Fiego just on the outside. The dot does favour Fiego. It is going closer towards them. Salty goes head to head. DGC. They lose one. Salty then returns the favour. Formulation Gaming put the shot on for them. But it's going to go to the wire. I feel like it's just maybe this is favouring Fiego maybe.
I think this is favoring Fiego. Looking at the fact that they have that AWM, they still have the high ground. They can just pick off these players. If only they find the right shot, the right timing, then they should definitely be able to get themselves back into that. They need to be downing one of those FMG players though here towards the end in order to find themselves a great position.
Oof. So Formulation Gaming push in, they take the shot, they try to get as close as they can. They've now got a 3, they got the numbers, so looks like, oh, there we go, it's going to go down, I was going to say a 3v1v2, but it's straight away down to a 3v2. Now I don't think they've actually clocked that Fiego have pushed all the way on the outside here, so we might be able to see a little bit of magic now, but the downside to this is, I suppose, as he waits for the blue to go, he's going to be isolated now. There's one. This is where he needs to capitalize on 2. Could have gone either way though. Get some great shots though. Down as he gets that confirmed. We should see though the rest of Fiego have to close the angle. So 2-on-2 could go to the wire. It's going to be a little bit of a heavyweight fight though as it goes down to the final dot in the middle now. As our Formulation Gaming, they are trying to get the angles. Very focused though on the top side though for Fiego, and maybe it's just going to go all the way down for a utility battle, and there's very limited movement or areas though that Formulation Gaming can go here. I think Fiego might have the dub on it.
I think definitely they should have, depending on if Formulation Gaming do have the nades to fight this. They could find themselves into a great position. It's all about finding those players that are rotating in right now. And I don't think they're looking at the right positions. They're not looking at the right positions. They're coming into the zone. And if Annie has now cleared out the right side, he knows where they should be coming from. But he still hasn't found it. Both the players are closing in, and he does not find it. Formulation Gaming taking the dub at the end.
23-point game there at the end. And you know what? I think they were on the back foot. I actually felt like they could have lost that one. Fiego just had to control those 2 angles. Now, they were very focused on the sort of sand side, that west-hand side, and Formulation Gaming just wrapped in. And then the second mistake for me for Fiego is they allowed them to med before pushing, so they couldn't even keep that momentum of where they put the player down to a 1 shot. They could have closed it up. Anyway, GG's. That was our first game though for Miramar. It was round number 4. Let's take a quick break though. Round number 5 is coming up, and we'll load the lobby. I'll see you guys in a second.
And I do not care if you notice me. Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
This isn't a robbery. Hands in the sky if you got a dream. Learn nothing was blocking me. I was the problem, the only one stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. This type of flow make a living break. Confessions over these 808s. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away. I mean, for heaven's sake, I'ma be the best. Came from the endless, I ain't with the games, bitch with the chest. Beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. Every win is a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right beside me. The chances of quitting are likely. I do it like I'm in my Nikes. Don't make excuses, they never excite me.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Yes, hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen some amazing games so far today. We just saw Formulation Gaming taking map number 1 of Myanmar here today. Of course, the fourth map today so far. I'm so sorry. As we'll be heading into our 5th map any second now.
Here we go. I'm back. Welcome back, everyone. We had technical issues during that last game. We obviously continued to go, so you guys wouldn't have heard or seen it. I worked on the technical issues, and funny enough, I needed to reset my mic, and I didn't do that. My bad. So mic's turned up now, and we are tuned in. Phase number, or map number 5, is going to be zone for number 1, but it's a northeast down towards the southeast, really. Does favour the very much that east hand side of the map, and I'll be honest, I've seen island finishes from zones like this. I think they're playing a little bit too far on the west, but we might have an Impala. We might, even if we see a southeast, it's going to be horrible for a lot of the teams. Los Leones would be a great one though. If we ended up in the city, I very much doubt it. We have to wait and see. Actually, do you know what? Actually, the horrible zone for the teams will be back in that northeast corner, because everyone will have to retract back up early, because we've only had our Imperials esports be the first ones to jump out a huge distance before we saw anyone else, and it goes that way as well. Wow. A lot of teams need to come up. Good zone, though, TW, in the sense that it's going to give us some good PUBG. We've got high ground, we've got low ground, we've got towns, but we've got a lot of teams that need to get in here.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting zone to see if those teams are perhaps able to rotate themselves back in there, as a lot of those teams are just caught off or caught out of the map, caught out of the zone. They will have to be rotating in towards those teams that are already positioned, that have already positioned themselves in this zone, that have gotten a bit lucky, especially looking at where most of those teams have gone. Most of them aren't in the zone, and most of them will have to rotate out. So we're definitely going to be seeing a bloodbath going in once the zone starts inching in a bit closer.
Oh god, yeah, 100%. We're going to see a massive bloodbath here, mate. As rotating in, there's a couple of like choke points or areas we're going to see. I think key areas on this southeast corner. Anyone that wants to, all eyes on we. If they push themselves down here, anyone can run the Impala. This side will come up this road. Anyone a little bit further down will take this road round by the coast, but come up. But it's a straight road here. It's a straight shot into a gunfire. So teams will be ready and waiting for that. So just need to be cautious of what does that look like. On the other side, though, with so many teams in this southwest corner, maybe some of these teams on the outside want to take a little bit of a wider rotation in and around the top side, though. But the one to watch for me now is going to be our Imperials Esport. If they got the choice, they either go cruise, hopefully it comes back to the northwest, maybe extend themselves a little bit further in towards the sand dune and try and hold themselves out. They've not had the best evening, but they got a +2 on that last game, so they're up in 14th place. I think this could be a game where they maybe be able to farm a lot of kills, but get themselves up into a position to take a chicken dinner maybe.
That's what they got to hope for, though. They have to hope that they're able to get a lot of kills, and they have to hope that they're able to get that chicken dinner. Because so far today, I've seen them have a lot of good positions early on into the game, but they've kind of just been giving it away by going solo, by going on those expeditions that don't really work out your way if you don't find the kills. Of course, they do now have a great position. Of course, they now should be able to get themselves rotated in quite easily into the later stages of the game. But looking at where all of those teams are, there's not really going to be able to fight for too many early kills or too many early fights in the earlier stages of the game. They will most likely just, or if they don't want to give up their positioning, their advantage that they have right now, they can't really look for those fights. There's so many teams are just so far away from them. I don't think that there's anyone that's really going to be rotating into their faces, essentially.
Yeah, I just the only thing I worry about is they are now only just moving. They should have identified they're in zone, they're on the outside, but they could have moved in a lot quicker in towards zone. And I think this late rotation, yes, they won't have anyone contesting at the top, but they might just not take as much as they could have taken off because of the time of them rotating in. Looks like we are seeing a little bit of the canyon fight now as NGC hit the shots back at August, but August going for a full commit. I think they've heard it's only one set of shots coming their way. They are fully committed to this now, and they're going to try and isolate. He does go for the stab, though. Western, though, able to stab. Nipper goes down and out. There's a confirm. The rest of them, though, they are playing down. They lose another one. Let's go down. It's very, very hard to take the fight in, I suppose, the canyon, so to speak. But they're down to a final player now. It's going to have to sheepishly return back the way they came.
That's great for Orglers, the team that has been performing all day today, getting themselves in those later zones, getting themselves those early kills across the scoreboard. They definitely are in contention for perhaps winning out the day, but still they do have to survive even longer with a lot of those teams now getting closer to them. There's one all the way on top of the ridge, fighting them, shooting at them, and then of course Thunder, the team that I feel like today they've had multiple opportunities to perform and to put on a lot of points on the scoreboard. They're now getting closer. They now have to pick up those points on Orglers if they want a shot at perhaps propelling themselves a bit higher on the leaderboard. But of course, Orglers, they are just a menace to be fighting against. They seem unstoppable for the time being.
Also, don't forget as well, guys, you can look at the leaderboard, exclamation mark leaderboard in chat or exclamation mark Twitter. That give you the scores on the doors, and you'll see August though are sitting up at that top spot there. 45 points for them, 40 points though for Formulation Gaming as they do come in on that west hand side. So they got a massive +7 there though. They jumped up a huge amount of the leaderboard just in that last game alone. SRM though sitting in third place though, but yeah, you mentioned our Thunder team, they're down the bottom. For me, a team which you wouldn't normally expect to see down the bottom here, and looks like we are getting the Imperial Esports though, ensuring that push and shoot don't push towards them and maybe push back towards zone. And do you know what? It's not a bad ending. I thought they might have stopped around here, but I think they'd be happy. They just need to be cautious, keep the cars alive here, and ensure that push and shoot don't push and isolate your individual players, because they will be looking for this. We have a lot of end zones up and around Cruz de Ver, especially in and around this church area. So it will be a focal point for some of the higher teams and teams that have an end in and around this area. So let's keep an eye on that northwest side. But there's so much other action happening though. Look at this prime will have crashed into 100 ADR.
Yeah, 100 ADR so far have been performing great today. But with Primal getting themselves in close and already getting a kill onto one of those Primal players, cutting the hurt down just a slight bit, it's starting to look a bit bad for Primal. Especially with this one player that's just cut down in the corner, stuck in this little kind of corridor of this building. I don't know if you're going to be able to get out of here.
The only advantage he's got is his player. Well, it wasn't the hillside, but he's come down. So they've come to go for the fight, getting up on the hop. They will hear that the sort of lift in motion. They will understand that he's maybe trying to get some high grounders. He's going to be looking for it. He picks up the head. Does get a great headshot though towards him, putting him down on those low HPs. Hasn't taken that lid off, as you can see. It's still firmly on there as well. A couple more shots though. We will see it ping off, and it's going to be up to Novi for sure, because these teams, he's covering his back now. So this is a really good split. Primal working the audio, the angles really, really well. The danger is when you come off of it like that and they decide to pop out, you got to keep your boy covered. You got to ensure they don't come out on that balcony, don't come out on this side, and let him go to work. Let him try and stay alive. Just don't receive a knock and just try and go to work. Farm down this 180 yard a little bit, and maybe get rewarded with a knock off the board. It is, though, phase number 1. We've already lost a team, and it is a bit of a madness. Everyone has donated up. Digital Athletic, the only team now on the outside trying to come in, and everyone really in the sort of middle section, though, in and around El Hazard. So it's going to be a bit of a mad game, and we know PUBG gets a bit mad when it comes down towards the end zones. Big push, though, coming from 180 yards. They use the parkour to their advantage, but not towards their advantage on getting a knock, because he holds out on 3 HP. Gonna get dropped back, though. Flashes coming up and over. Primal trying to tighten themselves up and get the confirmed nade up and over as the other tower's been called. Nade, not too bad, but not getting the knock where needed. It's a 2-on-2, and how long until another team gets wind of this one and starts making the push themselves?
And I think Primo are just gonna be that they're gonna be forcing this fight right now, right here. They know that they know what you just said. They know that there's teams all across them, all across the map. They need to be able to find those kills right now, right here, if they want to stay alive past this fight. Both of these teams could be eliminated once a third party starts coming in, and even the rest starts coming through. This is so unfortunate for Primo. They had the 2-on-2 going for them, and now once again they find themselves a man down in this fight.
Yes, that hard work has not been rewarded, and as we saw, that zone shift, though, is further away. We'll quickly look at the hall. They lost one, so let's just stay with this. We'll go back to the zone in a second. Primal now knowing down to a final. We're going to see the push now. 180 yard. He needs Wookie to come out running from that compound. Comms, though, even though Novi is down, will be able to provide an element. They are getting the split on him, though. The lid has bounced off here, and those headshots come raining in. And Prime will take 16th place, our second team to fall. There's going to be a few more, though, because look at that zone. It has bounced very much over on that east-hand side, and an area which we don't see a lot of. August rotating themselves out. They were in El Hazard, and we knew LW. Lols, though, all playing in, but look at the tight here. Oh, we got that's an emergency pickup, though. Fiego may be doing the right thing and taking the safest route now since the recent update with the emergency pickup bag being dotted around on esports. This here is a good shout for them. They've just leapfrogged hundreds of teams, and they're going to get a blessing of taking one of these prime compounds. This one here is going to be hot as well, but going for the safer option, going a bit further down towards the field, and great play from them.
This is definitely the play that they had to do in order to get themselves in a great position. Now, August, their tyranny continues. They continue to try to find those kills on the scoreboard. Only one of their players going down, and now we're looking at Thunder here. Thunder are the one to contest them. Thunder are the one to perhaps shut them down for once. And yes, 2 players do get down. It's all up to the 1 player just standing there. Just off. Will stay alive a little bit longer.
August for like, that's ours. Easy finish, easy clutch, and I don't know if they know 3 kills was there, but he definitely picked up 2 free kills there from that one.
Yeah, I feel like though they stuck around a bit too long. They were a bit too eager to get those kills on the scoreboard. That now cost them their players. That now cost them the advantage that they had. With only 1 player left being standing for that August team, it's going to be very hard for him to get back into it. He needs to push off that knock right now, right here. Is he going to be able to find it? Or actually, oh no, I'm mistaken. There's 2 August players left standing, and there's just 1 knockdown. So he should be able to get that rest up and going right now. Just Duff now getting eliminated too. And that's Thunder. Once again, I feel like they just had such a great position onto August here in order to fight them, in order to catch them off guard. And that's just a free kill for free kill.
That was an insane kill, though. The nade was pinpoint accurate. There's one thing to note, though, is he was down, right? But he made the call to his player that he was running around to the building, able to pick up the kill, but unable to clutch it. And that free kill nade was just remarkable. But we can't stop, though. This, though, is hiding away in the compound. 180 yard yet again, finding themselves trying to defend the compound. Other side of the road, though, as KTS. They are also trying to get involved. No kills at the moment. 14 teams. Where have all these players gone? We're only phase number 3. What a different game, though, from the last one compared to this one. Miramar offering both sides of the coin, and actually, it's a bit of a mad showing.
Most definitely, and I feel like it all has to do with the zones. It all has to do with where those teams can position themselves for those later stages of the game. And these teams, they currently just feel like they are forced into fighting each other. Okay. I mean, your teammate is getting shot at. Why are you shooting like this? Come on, bro.
Baiting the shots. Look at me. Stop looking at my mate. Visto on the defense, now pushing their way out. Obviously, they do have an isolation. Lost one though with that 2-2 split though. Nuts has gone down. Although he's looking for it, but actually looking maybe to go exchange for the res. Dodging that nade though that comes rolling in on him, and Viego, I don't want to relieve the pressure here. They do pick him up, and unfortunately, I think Neelix is the last guy, and repositioning out a little bit. Nade coming his way. I think he's hoping one of these teams take the fight on from him.
He needs to hope for that. He needs to make sure he needs to stay alive for long enough for those teams to fight each other, and then perhaps hope to pick off a kill or two. But I don't think that he's going to be able to stay alive long enough. 100 ADR now does get eliminated. That's them off the game, out of here. I feel like so many of these teams just have fought so early onto this game, causing a lot of these teams to have 2 or 3 players left alive. And with some of those teams that haven't fought too much, they all have 4 players left alive. They all have a lot of great positioning going forward into the game in order to get that W out.
Yeah, it's just like the teams you mentioned on the outside trying to play in. They haven't got the kills, but they've got the squad to take the kills now on in the last zone here. So they find themselves in the middle. Let's go back to Neelix though. He's trying to take a 4-man fight on though, whipping the shots backwards and forward. Cooks a nade, ready to go. He just chucks it away. The player goes rolling round and finishes off pretty quickly though. 13th place for Vis. They didn't have the power for this game. Diego seemed to be their map. They kind of like that one here and just missed the knock though with Solo. They get Project Underdog. They are split slightly as Formulation Gaming now wrapping back in. DA climbed the hill after chasing the shots though from SRM, and Nades Cook, they know exactly where he is. That will go underneath the car. Not quite though. That car will explode, and that will cause the final damage though for him. SRM, they get blown up. They lose another one as well. The final player a little bit too far out. Gonna recall, trying to maybe find a crevice a little bit further into zone. Zone continue to push up here. SRM on the run and recalls back though. North side though, we do have our all eyes on we. 0 kills on the board for them, and Imp are on 2 as they are now trying to get themselves into zone. And looks like DA is now starting to roll. They've just picked up 1 and 2. We're going to crash. We have got crashes. Combination Gaming, Combination Gaming taking long distance shots. Viego crash in and DA clear up. They went from 0 kills at the bottom of that hill to 6 from just climbing.
Exactly, that's just great work from them coming through, finding those kills once they're rotating in. Now we're gonna have a bit of a look at Lord W here. Lord W only having 1 player left standing. He does manage to find a kill, so at least a couple more points on the scoreboard. But a point is all they have at this very moment, especially with only 10 points being left. They're not quite there in the points yet. Showman does manage to find a second one on the scoreboard for him, so that's at least 2 points for his team. With only 1 player left alive, that's great work from that 1 player, able to get those couple kills, able to get those couple points on the scoreboard.
Yeah, good hold from him actually, and good use of the money, stopping any players pushing up if there were. They had to exchange the res because they did receive a knock on the outside. He'd be aware of that though. These teams and these players are high in caliber and be reading the kill feed like that, so be looking to reset, maybe try and get another 2 kills. He's put himself in a position you wouldn't expect a player to be in at the moment, so I think he's just trying to figure out. He can hear them on the outside. He can hear the pitter-patter of the footsteps though, so I think he's just waiting. They are trying to climb up as we can. If I just put the x-ray on, we can see him. We'll be looking for this one, so I'm going to tab him up very quickly. Let's have a quick look at the map though. On the bottom side though, DA getting caught slightly. All eyes on we now. They're under a little bit of pressure. I think they're down to their final player themselves though. Noxy, again a strong player, could potentially take on a fight if he does go for one. Doesn't quite get him, and we do get our Imperials though, get the elimination. All eyes on we, take 10th place. 1 more team to go before we hit the placement point here, and will it be our LOL on Pandas with the money, or is he going to be able to get a 2v1 himself?
If I'm too many here, I'm just looking to survive. Survive a little bit longer in order to get those points on the scoreboard. Those points are really starting to matter here in the later stages of the day, but he does push into the arms, and unfortunately, he dies right at the edge of getting those points.
Yeah, he just missing out on the placement points though, but did go from 0 kills to 2. So, 2 points on the board. We would have got 3. Nah, it's not too bad. Go for it. GG's. I like the aggressive play style. Formulation Gaming, 2-2 split. Solo, hold the center zone. DA trying to work their way in. Project Underdog down to a solo. SRM down to a solo. SKTS, they are down to a 4, but very wide, mate. Very, very wide. And that zone shifts very much back in the favour of the Northwest. And all these teams are getting themselves, yet again, find themselves chasing zone.
And you don't want to be chasing zone in these later stages of the game, perhaps. It's just going to be so hard for, especially this DA team, getting out of here. Look at everything they have to go through. There's such a huge open area if they do want to get themselves in the zone, with a lot of teams just covering it. SRM is there, TLSN is there. It's just going to be, or SKTS, I mean, it's so hard for them to get back into this. They need to just find the right opportunity at the right time if they do want to survive. But first, we'll have to look at Next. If Next is able to survive this a little bit longer. From the back, though. He does turn around.
Go to stomach, go to stomach. Oh my god, he gets a second knock.
What is that?
He needs the med. He needs the med. He needs to pray someone else doesn't shoot him. Oh, hello. Finding the player, giving him a DA going to be coming in very aggressive behind. That smoke will be the massive telltale sign. Oh.
If I'm Next here, just don't make any noise. Don't make any noise.
I think that smoke's going to be
Stay
enough.
silent.
Massive purple smoke out here. DA going to be like, there's going to be someone right in the middle.
Yeah.
He should hear
They
it.
must be taking this. Yeah. There's just no surprise in DA right there. There's a smoke in the middle of nowhere. There must be someone in there. They knew it. They find the kill. They pick it up. But now looking at this, Imperial are starting to get a bit closer in as well. They want to start fighting for this DA team, and they still have 3 players left alive. So they're definitely in contention for shutting this DA team down that currently has such a great position for themselves. They still have to rotate in towards the zone, and with the zone starting to tick down a bit, starting to getting closer and closer, DA need to start making a move now.
Yeah, I think DA got the better position though. If they get caught going over this next ridge, then yeah, they'd be down and out, right? But if they just leave it tight, and they've seen the players now, so the comms will be coming out that they know where the team is. They just push themselves back left, wrap in. That's it. Take the smarter play here to play the end. You've gone from 0 kills all the way up to an 8, and you've gotta favour that one. You want to get yourself in exactly where these guys are, because most of the fight now is happening on the outside of the compound, and you can control this game at the end. And Solo getting caught a little bit solo on their own. Nade holding a little bit, but have to see. Solo is such a bad space. That shield, he's having to use the other side of the shield now.
How is he still alive here, though? I mean, it's impressive work, but looking at it, his team is just caught out in that building. They should not be able to survive for any longer. This is just going to be so hard for him to get out of there. He needs to regroup with his teammates if he really wants a chance at staying alive. All his teammates need to regroup with him, but as well, this FMG squad, they're on a tear right now, and they're holding this hill. They are making sure that Solo has no way out.
This is all about like timing. Formulation Game in FMG, if they rush it too much and they're overextending because they're low down on numbers, I think that'd be the downfall to them. Just take your time, pick up. You've got a lovely ridge to play. You've obviously got a lot going on around you. Just need to get Salty out of here. Salty's gonna have to try and disengage. I'd put some smokes behind him. Let him go back. Use the blue zone line when he can. But he's gonna need the rest of the team to pop these smokes in this location so he can fall back. The other option is he sits tight. Now him and Solo are gonna have to move at the same time, right? Though.
I think that's the play for him just to stay there and to catch out those players in order to get those 3 points. These Solo players have to rotate out of there. They do, luckily for them, decide to go for the safer side of the zone to get out of. Perhaps they should be able to get onto or on towards their teammate. Salty now here spotting out the rotation. Just gets the knockdown at the end. That's gonna be solo, even a man more down. These last two players, they're so split up from each other. What can you do? Sunshine now does go down too, and this one player that was, I felt like he was gonna be dead because he was just on such a hard position, just in between or solo on top of this ridge. There's still some cover going on for him, but he manages to survive till the end.
He needs Formulation Gaming to take the fight on with DA now, but DA is so focused chucking utility. He's like seconds away from an FMG fight versus DA, and he might just get blessed and survive it out, or take the car and go for a hero's drive. But why that fight is not happening, Digital Athletic will be focusing on him, and looks like these two have now found each other now. So you got to think, if DA doesn't know who's in the middle, they might be thinking it's that team. Project Underdog though, our solo, he was surviving out. He run underneath his teams. He not just gets one, he gets two. Back to back. There's 3 down. Project Underdog are laughing. Talk about living up to that name. A 4-man strong team gets picked apart by one guy who he crawled from over there all the way in now. Oh, DA
this is a blessing for solo.
Happy. Not happy, mate.
That's just a blessing though for this one solo player. As I say it, he did go down.
Formulation Gaming wanted involved at nade and those knocks. They knew DA. They were like, I'm taking these guys out. I'm taking the win. And Solo, I think, caused a few problems from them, but only enough to slow them down. They store a 4 strong nade inside. Imp go down. Imperials Esports take 5th. Then we see our DAs, who were in a strength of a position, take 4th, and Formulation Gaming are like, we are on fire to win this one now.
Oh yeah, this is their map. There's no way that they lose any of these Myanmar games. With just these last couple teams left, I don't think that there's gonna be much contesting them for this win. If those push players are perhaps gonna be,
I love this.
It might.
He's bringing his mate. He's bringing his team a helmet. That there, people. If you haven't done it already, is teamwork. Yeah, put the helmet in a safe position that they could swap it out quite quickly. The only downside, Formulation Gaming though, they haven't really got the zone. There's a lot of unplayables, so it's going to bounce to this top side here, and I think our push and shoot know this, so they're already wrapping themselves round for zone, and even our solo here could cause some huge problems. Formulation Gaming, they haven't got a lot of options to get down. They've got to go either with zone round, or they've got to take a car up and over the edge, and they're the only 2 ways they've got. So looks like the car, the full descent off as it goes all the way. Will they make the landing? Don't think they will, but it won't blow. So that's a good way, good use. Lucky enough that car was there for them. If that car wasn't there, they were going to have to run around by push and shoot.
And push and shoot, this is not a bad position for them. If this SKT player is able to catch off a player or two, there definitely is a way back into this. I'm not expecting this last SKTS player to win this game, but perhaps getting a couple more points on the scoreboard would definitely be great going forward.
He could laugh. Yeah, he could really, really laugh. Again, it's that whole situation. We saw it before, Formulation Gaming and Digital Athletic. If they were fighting solo, could have survived out here. Looks like the fight, though, is starting to happen. Formulation Gaming have a better split, though. This is kind of maybe where Formulation Gaming think, because I don't know about this player, so they might be thinking it's a 4v3 and the 3 are over there. They're already positioning themselves over to maybe stop push and shoot coming in. As we do find a 2-on-2 split, there's a great name. Push and shoot do get one back. There we see Formulation Gaming having now to fight their way around. Will we see that solo player find? Unfortunately, doesn't quite see the down player again. For me, he just needs to go back and go quiet again and just ensure he gets at least maybe that one. Will he get the knock there? He doesn't. Great knock again. He is unfortunately didn't get the knock there though, I'm not going to lie. He's seen the feet on top of him, put the extra on now. Don't want to be taking the shots on push and shoot. It's a 2v2v1. Salty goes down and out. They do have a knock that can't get rezzed really. And Formulation Gaming, from the strength of numbers, get caught by terrain alone here. There goes the Molly. And actually, I know you said they are at Katsui. I think that's the way we pronounce it. I'm not sure. Maybe if he just stays alive, he can just reap up the kills. Unfortunately, he can't reap the zone, so he needs to pray he gets this one done and dusted quite quickly. And Push and Shoot refusing to go down, mate. Formulation Gaming, final player for them.
At perhaps even losing it and perhaps even getting third place with this last SKTS player still having that high ground. I am just looking for him getting those kills once they have to start moving. It's all up to the zone though. If the zone doesn't favor physical pain,
He's going to die full damage.
No.
Oh, he took a tumble. No, the zone.
I'm feeling the physical pain right now. Oh, that sucks.
That is unfortunate. He just didn't need those shots. He may, if he could have taken the time to jump over and get himself on that little roof, he might have taken some damage. Maybe not enough full damage, but unfortunately for him, it was down and out. Formulation Gaming 4 to a solo. Solo is on the dot. We are going to go to the wire. It has to end on playable zone, and that playable zone finds itself in the middle, just behind Formulation Gaming. I don't know if Push and Shoot actually know where the final player is, so they are going to stay tight. That two-man will help them out. That you can do that exchange. That we do a trade out. Let me get knocked. Let me run myself in, get knocked. Make sure you're on your shots and able to get the confirm. But it's a time situation now. Formation Gaming though wants to take the shots though first. They do get this one. The zone is going to keep coming on. It's going to go down to a one-on-one now. German wraps himself up and over, trying to get up. He needs to crouch his way around, going for the blue. Both of them will know that's the only way to go, and they're going to fight themselves in. Hakri is down. He's going to get some information though, but unable to get up and over and get the, I suppose, the punishing shots from the side. Push and Shoots down to the final, but he's closing him out against the blue. He's going to force his player off the blue into him. Level 3'd up. He's going to need to get the initial shots first though, as German, I think he's just waiting.
I feel like he's heard him, but I don't know. Yeah, German must have heard him by now. If German just stays alive here, he's gonna go for the peak. Oh, okay. The smoke just barely manages to save him from that push.
Now, smoke obviously gives him the confirm that he's still over here now. He is level 3'd up, but the smoke's gonna hide those footsteps. Now, look at this. German, he needs to come down as well. Now I think Push and Shoot have got the better terrain to fight from. German does take the initial shots though, puts him down, but that level 3 gear is keeping him alive. But Formulation Gaming, they stick it to him. They stick it hard. 6 kills only for them in the end, but generally a really good game. Formulation Gaming, such a strength position, and they done that whole send over the top with the car. Unfortunately, I pressed your mic off at that point, but you did come back pretty quick after that. But our solo on the hill, he was unfortunate. It left him, and then Push and Shoot just at the moment, TW, they were looking like they were going to take the win though. They had that momentum coming in towards that end zone, but it didn't really fall their way, right?
Yeah, it was just looking so good for them at one point, and then it started looking bad, and then it started looking good again. This is it's something that I've noticed with a lot of these teams. A lot of times they find themselves in such a great position, but then at the end, it just kind of falls apart bit by bit by bit. Luckily, though, German is the clutch meister. German is able to clutch it up to pull them a double win back to back. With them, I think they should now take first place on the leaderboard going into the last game.
Literally trying to refresh it now. Yeah, they have gone back. So we had Vis take game number 1, Auglers, and then we went Formulation Gaming, Formulation Gaming. Formulation Gaming got +7. That should take him. Auglers done okay. I don't think they've done great that game. So let's take a quick break. It's our final game coming up. Last chance to go get yourself a little bit of a drink. Definitely get the popcorn because it has been an entertaining one. Definitely for me anyway, from watching from Eyes in the Skies. We're going to put 5 minutes on the clock. It would definitely be less than that because I can see the lobby is nearly done. I'll catch you guys in a couple of minutes.
yeah. Mad. Look, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas is. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We pack, man, you never gon' like us. Get them on sight now, let them on light. That way they know I'm more righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I'm leaving an island. New watch is perfect timing. No need for the surface shining.
Here we go. Mics are on. I'm kind of getting used to this automation piece, but it needs a bit of work. Back-to-back wins. So we've had two teams do back-to-back chicken dinners. I'll be keen to see if someone can stop the formulation push, though. That is going to be our final game on game number 6. Flight path's pretty boring. That means for crazy zones, remember, sit back, relax. Formulation gaming have been checked. They're not carrying anything dodgy apart from a couple of extra Scooby snacks, though. It is going to be our final round. It's a Miramar. See you guys in a second. Here we go, everyone. It is our final game, unfortunately. Though, as our plane comes in from a northeast down to a southwest, as I said, it's a bit of a boring flight path. Goes give or take across most of it. Does kind of linger down towards the bottom side here, TW. But I'm hoping for a bit of a crazy zone. I want an early one. I want the island to be tinkering in as a potential. But we'll have to wait and see. It could go either way, really.
Yeah, it could, of course, go either way, but we're just going to have to see if those teams that have been performing today, if they can once again pull across and show up when it matters the most, because this is the last game. This is deciding about the decider of who's going to win today. And, I mean, looking at the scoreboard, I feel like we see two teams that could perhaps take the W.
Yeah, that reminds me. Let's have a quick refresh of the leaderboard. Formulation Gaming did get that +1, so they are sitting in our top spot, and you can type !leaderboard, Twire, bracket, scores, you name it, find it. But they is close, 56 points. Formulation Gaming August, though, dropped down to 52. SRM, they've not got a chicken dinner, but they've held up quite well, and 42 points for third place. And one to shout, though, Digital Athletic, after that game, despite getting picked apart by Project Underdog, they got +4. They're up in 4th place, so 40 points. They only need a chicken dinner and 6 kills to put themselves joint leaderboard if our Formulation Gaming team go out early. This is what I love about PUBG. It can be super tight all the way to the end, especially in this best of 6 environment. We're going to have to wait and see. Zone, though, does go early. Flight path, as I was hoping, doesn't quite give us the island that we might want to get. I don't think we get an island, but we're definitely going to get it pulled back towards this east-hand side. If it doesn't, though, it could play for some interest. And with all these teams sitting on the outside, it's kind of where do you land up with the open field. We're going to see these compounds taken. Impala might be an interesting take as well. We might see it pulled back this way. But again, there's some wonderful ridges across the middle of the road. We do see some great high ground up by minus. So Viego have the opportunity to go up high and really farm information in as these teams play in on the west-hand side. But as always, it is always very, very hard when it comes to Miramar on rotations. And I've got to start saying that with Tiago as well, because we saw some great rotation kills there as well.
Yeah, exactly. Tiago definitely have been doing really good. And DA, what I do want to be pointing out here though is DA, a team that I feel like both of these Myanmar games, they've had the potential to win those games, and both times around they kind of screwed themselves over. Both times around they got eliminated a bit too early on into the zone, so now they, like you said, they have to get 16 points in order to get themselves in first place, and that's hoping that the first place, Formulation Gaming, don't get any points. So if I'm looking at DA here, I've got to be just kind of annoyed that you're not really at the top of the scoreboard at this very moment, or not really in that top 3 position right now, because they could have definitely been there. They could have definitely been fighting for the win today, because currently it's just going to be looking like it's a fight for the August team against the Formulation Gaming team.
Yeah. Let's tune in with the fight here, though. All eyes on Wu. See the car, and wow, talk about coming out and stabbing him in the back. All eyes on Wee, not keeping their all eyes on the back of him, as they do knock one. Second shots though do come in, gets the nade across, doesn't cause the damage, gets the initial shots though on there. All eyes on Wee, go down to a 2. Noxy trying to get some shots through the long build, no cooking the nade, waiting for it to push through. Selkit though far out, does isolate one, and it's going backwards and forwards. I love game number 6s because it's kind of heavyweight fighting. They've got to get close here as the final player is recalling back as quickly as possible though, but he is still holding. Another knock though comes in. Down to a 1v1 here, soon to be a 2v1. Does go down to 1s as he tries to hold the shots, whipping backwards and forwards. Didn't go for the exchange of the res though. He's dropping himself in. Is he? Do you think? Did you get the res now? Does he even have time to get the res out yet?
I don't think he has time. I do not think he has time. He needs to be holding this. He knows that these players are starting to get in closer and closer towards him. He needed to get that kill if he really wanted a chance back into this. Celtic now going around the outside, and yes, he will be caught off guard. Low W taking that small win against All Eyes on Wee. And All Eyes on Wee did not have the eyes on the sides, like you said. That cost them this game, in my opinion.
Yeah, that could have gone either way as well. I think the major mistake was they dropped the ball on the player wrapping through the building, right? It could have been cleaned up a little bit faster, but they were able to recall back. They're able to get the reses back on, and I suppose dish the damage out where needed. Game number 6, we know is a bit of a mad one. We are seeing another fight here. Primal versus Viego, as they are taking, I suppose, one of the prime bits of rear estate now. Nade coming in. Novi goes down, gets the knock where needed. Primal continuing to apply the pressures. They do swarm in from this east-hand side though. Viego trying to get the smokes out as that goes down. The yellow indication maybe indicating towards a Primal win here. Final 2 players here now. Zubla trying to hold out the north side, trying to stop a wrap around, but gotta think it's a bit of a 2-2 push now. The smokes will be stopping any long distance shot from a Viego, and I feel like they wanna try and catch these players before they get too close to them, but those smokes are not going to help at all. There's 2 confirmed, 1's down, not exchanging for the res just yet.
Look at this! Look at this! Formulation Gaming has been eliminated! That's the number 1 spot going down!
There we go. So, God, it's now going to be down August, SRM, DA, Viego, who we look at this guy, we could maybe get the kills on the board. Zuba's the final player, can't click him, so it's definitely not going to be a Viego option here. Solo, very low down the leaderboard. They want to try and get in as well. DA will be reading that kill feed, and they will be going, do you know what? We've got the experience here. We could take this evening, and we've got to have a good game. But that means getting involved, though, on our game number 6. And game number 6 is always a mad one here, as the heroes res is coming in from Solo. He dodge, ducks, and dives, and doesn't quite catch it, and he goes down as well. Long distance.
Is it even worth going for that res if you're gonna be finding yourself out in the open and just being a big ass target to hit? Like, there's just not much for Solo to do then. That will cost him his life.
Yeah, down and out. Solo find himself isolated on solo battles. So Sancho gets one, gets down to 5 HP himself. Ensures he gets at least a point on the board. For him, he just doesn't know how many people in the compound that crash with him. Can hear the footsteps, so knows he's not alone at least. And Bomb is taking the bike. He gets back pretty quick. Fully flash. Down to a one-shot here. Roger Underdog need to do the same. They gotta recall. They gotta tighten up themselves, right?
Yeah, and his ally here, he needs to get this kill quickly. He's getting shot at though from the back and finally finds the down. Is he able to get in there? Yes, indeed he is. Oh, that was just too tight for Ally. He was one shot away from dying, but there's still someone left. There's still a player looming around the edge. Now the cavalry has arrived. He's going to be able to get covered up a little bit more, and that leaves it all up to Bombilovo.
That's it. I always get it wrong. Bombilovo.
Yeah, that's...
Good player, such a strong player as well. Someone that could isolate. Now, they would see August have got a knock there, so you might find he could get aggressive as he is going to cook the nade. Will he catch the right building? Don't think he will. Does go through, but obviously with the brick half window thing, doesn't quite get through, so doesn't have the information exactly where they are. Res does happen, but fair party action will continue. Try and tighten himself up. I'm just eager to ensure we have a quick look though. We're not even phase number 1. DA and SRM, 2 teams that are fighting for higher placements. Now DA able to get themselves in. Lucky enough looking out the wrong window with the bars. DA have got a 3 in the compound though, but they do have a wide angle. Able to fend off. DA down maybe. Oh, does open the door. Gets the kill, will be able to get the res, but is a bit of very much a hero's res that can't be dodging a nade like that. Is he going to get another nade out the window? We'll hear the clickety-clack of that nade. Does go out, another knocks down to their final player here. SRM though, able to get into the compound, and looks like they are going to come over and call for the nade. Will be like, nade the building, nade the building. Going to try and get it off the woods.
He needs to get the rest though. If he gets the rest, there's a chance back into this. It's all about time. It's all about time. It's all about time. And he does not get it. And that's Digital Athletics now falling down as well. As again, one of those teams potentially, or with potential for taking the day, is down to now. That's the second one down, or that's the second one out of it in this last game. Now, with that being so, I feel like it's just going to be looking better and better for August for them to take this win for the day being.
Yeah, to August, they're lining up teams around him. Now, SRM dealt with the team that was chasing them. Fiego down as well. So, SRM going to be looking to try and close the door on the point gap, and there isn't many. There's only 10, so August currently sitting on 3. What's our SRM on there? Just a 4. No, they're on 6 already, so they want to have it. SRM want the points this game. They're clearing that south side. The zone is pushing north though, and Thunder, they go out in 13th place here, and they'll be down and out. And Solo Man takes the solo evacuation plan in towards the high ground. He's gonna all right,
just gonna have
he should get that. He'd be okay. He's under a bit of fire. He needs to be cautious when he pulls his shoot back to make sure he's got enough cover. He does take a bit of a side shot, but won't be enough. I don't think the team have the bike to get up here as well, so I think they can put themselves on this lower side, but they would have heard that, I believe, the animation sound though from the parachute. August though lose 1.
And these Viz players, they're starting to get in closer. If Grant, I think Grant has been hurt now, but Grant still manages to pick up the kill. That is August now falling too. It's starting to look... it's starting to look like a weird endgame. Stanky now actually the last player standing on this Viz squad. The August players have been able to reset themselves.
Another on the third party, and he should have gone for the res. He didn't. the third party actions coming in. August be looking at this gun. Who the hell is he shooting at now? Nade's coming over and push and shoot. Refuse to push and Nade shoot and run away. VIS, they were the closest to take down August, and again, more and more action happens. This always comes into our game number 6. Daz takes to the stomach, gets a face full of sand now, as he has to try and survive. A little bit extended out, has to try and take the fight here with the SKTS team as they run their way round and in. But anchored on, maybe isolate him. They should exchange for the res. 100 ADR in as well, or DGC. They're taking the shots from higher up over by Junkyard. Oh, Solo. He's been picked, isn't he? No, let's go back to this fight. That is a huge nade. And gets it as well. Woof. Primal lose their spot. And Daz, who took a face for the sand, is now having to get those running shoes on and runs away towards Junkyard. Unfortunately, I don't think he knows he's got a player right in front of him, though.
I don't think he knows. And those steps, they should be heard anytime soon. So I feel like he's gonna fall anytime. Oh, does he know? So he doesn't.
Stopped.
Ooh, this is. He should be. He needs to near these footsteps right now. He needs to hear these footsteps right now. Shiny. Do he decides? Oh, he should be hearing this.
The blue bag is going to be the giveaway if he spins around on him here. He has no idea.
He doesn't.
He does now, though.
Shiny does. Oh, it's. He's just
I'll
waiting for the
pulling
right timing.
He's
just waiting for the
He's literally spinning
opportune
over the
moment.
top of his head. How has he not seen him?
Oh, and now
no
it's over.
way.
No, now it's over. Now it's over. Yeah.
Oh my
There we go.
God. He literally looked over his head. How is that possible?
Oh, if you're side deep, you just must be jumping up from your chair there. But in the meantime, Shiny Daz does get finished off as his position had been given away after his shot. Now, looking at SRM, this is the team that still is in contention for perhaps winning out the day. They need to pick up some points now, and they have spotted out Imperial, able to find a couple shots, but Alisar has to get out of there because he's on low HP.
SRM extending over there. He doesn't have the information, right? They've pushed themselves very deep west side now, not knowing what's over here. Lucky enough timing-wise, able to get some great shots, though, but they... Lucky for our IMP team, they had that covering fire, able to save their man and leave him to fight another day. They go both going to recall a little bit back. SRM have tightened themselves up, and DGC now pushing their way back towards Junkyard. One of my least favourite areas for this area, because it's so hard to fight in and very hard, more importantly like this, to fight out, because you get caught on this very, very high hill incline up. But it's like our pandas with the money. They've got a slight little split here, and SRM, they receive a knock as Imperial's esports, though, are now pushing up, and they are really split as a 3 as well. So, you're definitely going to be a one-man fight now. Has he got nades? He's got 2 nades. Get the nade out. Get the nade up and over that hill, quickly.
Come on.
He's waiting for the rest of his team.
I don't think that's a play. He had to get that nade off across early in order to get the knockdowns, in order to keep that player that was down on the ground, in order to keep him low. But he decides not to go for it, and now the nades should be coming through any second now. Is it? Oh, that just about misses.
GGS, they go down, so that fight from our pandas with the money. Lols win that one, and also a little bit of a 2v2 and 1v1 on the other side, so it's definitely isolate SRM, trying to rotate their way back down. Project Underdog, though, causing, as Project Underdog always do, issues for teams. SRM do get the first knock now, so SRM, with that push, I think Project Underdog will continue to force them round towards this west-hand side, and do pick the player where needed. The final player now from our Imperials Esports should have cooked the nade early, baked both of those two, finds himself in a bit of a middle of a push, though. So doesn't need to come over, can just wait for the rest of his team to tighten up, but they've got a huge gap to come over here. Flash goes over, needs to get a knock, doesn't quite get it. 8th place for them, get themselves in the point pot. There's a point on the board, and SRM, they are still looking good here.
SRM are looking at a potential win for the time being. With them having such a great position, it could definitely be come down to the moment for them winning a map and breaking the trend of, or actually making the trend even more, with one team winning, then a team winning 2 games, another team winning 2 games, and then a random team winning the last game as well. And they still are in contention for perhaps winning out the day. So there could definitely be, it could definitely be a huge one for them if they are able to stay alive. But actually looking at this August fight, they are, if I'm not mistaken, with 8 kills, they now should be in first place for the time being. Quaipa, he needs to stay alive though. They need to get in deeper into the zone. Quaipa, this fire
I love that new
keeps on
animation,
suppressing
mate,
him.
when that lid just pings off. I love it. I must admit, sorry, mate, to interrupt you, but I just heard that. They go, doo-doo. I was like, oh, nice. That's that new animation. So, look, both of them, SRM and August, are on 8 kills, and you're right. If they continue on this trajectory of these 8 kills, and they can keep up with SRM, they won't be having a worldy game they need. I think you are right. August are now on the top with Formation Gaming going out a little bit earlier this evening. We are seeing a happy parting of the 2 teams that will eventually find themselves in the open ground in the middle. Western now gets the first shots off, and they are going to be running themselves in towards zone and on their way down. Don't forget, there was a 10-point deficit between SRM and August, so every time these guys are drawing on the points, it doesn't shorten that gap there from SRM. They need someone to take out August. They need someone to stop this push in. They have received a knock. They're down to a 2 now. It looks like Project Underdog, they might be having a little look back this way, and probably cautious. They've got a team on that south side though.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Project Underdog is going to be looking over here once this rotation does come in from these August players. They still, at this very moment, are more kind of looking towards the west side, busy with Imperials, shooting at them, trying to cut down that herd. But of course, if they are able to spot out those August players, this could definitely be a great position for SRM Esports. But SRM, I feel like every single team wipe that does happen over here, with August still being alive, SRM, they of course have to go for kills, but they cannot be eliminating full teams, because that would just make sure that these August this August team gets even more points.
That's a great knockdown. Look, they're disciplined just to hold, and looks like he's running back. What if they catch the player? SRM holding just on the outside. He is going for the run now. Push though, gets to here of the car and gets the Blair extension. SRM go down. That's not what you need. He's coming out for the car. The rotation really up to the shots though. Drive by happening effectively. So there's 2 of them down. You are seeing a little bit of an answer. Zeking his way down. SRM, he got 5 kills on the board from themselves though. 10 kill spree, and it just feels like every point that August get is a point that SRM get as well. And August now down to 1, SRM down to 2. I don't know if there's enough players on the board to try and catch this one up. They've got to get every single kill now, plus the chicken dinner, I think, to end the game for them. August on a 9, as they will be looking for their 10th kill. Project Underdog though being picked up, and August get eliminated, so that's them ended up on 9. 4 teams now remaining. Our team on push and shoot been a bit quieter, and they find themselves the only team really in zone, trying to hold out the zone push for these other teams. So I think these cars will sort of pinpoint through and maybe at the other side, but they don't. They stop. So we've only got one team holding it.
Yeah, this is just a great position for push to be in. There isn't just every single team will have to be rotating in towards their hands, into their open arms at the end of this game. And if they just do everything right, they definitely could be picking up this last win. With SRM, actually, they managed to get another rest coming through, so they are still in for the win. It's going to be hard for them with this car now rotating through. That's at least going to be giving away their position. Push and shoot is shooting on this car, trying to destroy it, but they just aren't able to do that. And this is great for SRM, getting this building late into the game. It might be low on the lower ground of the map, but they still should be able to stay alive and perhaps wait for this PUG team and wait for this SKTS team to get eliminated. As I'm saying that, Akatsuku does fall down, and that's SKTS falling down at the end with now only 3 teams left. It's going to be a 3 versus 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3, 2 versus 1, as I'm saying that again.
Commentator's curse, mate. Always happens, that does.
Yeah. It's always the caster's curse.
100%, mate.
Especially with me, I have that feeling that it just happens a bit more than with usual casters, but I mean, I feel like every caster probably has to be feeling that way. As that is a huge kill for Anon, able to fin down the hurt, and he's able to finish up. Push. They now find themselves in a 2-on-2, and I think SRM might have a chance to perhaps win out this last game.
This is going to be so tight. They've only got they got 10 kills, so they've closed the gap. They need the win now. They need the extra points that will give them a 1-point win. If I remember right, August had 9 kills, right? So the 10 points alone put themselves on a draw, and then they're then 9 points ahead because they're 9 kills. Oh, but they've got the placement. Where did they end up on placement? Because that would also
they ended in 6. They ended 6.
I don't think they can't.
If I'm
They
not
can't.
mistaken.
I don't think they can win it. They need these 2 kills and a chicken dinner, and I think they'll be shy.
I mean, it's still 2 kills, so I feel like there's definitely a chance. I don't quite know. We'll just have to see at the end. We'll just have to see who even wins, because there's still a chance that SRM falls down and they don't even get the first place.
The main thing is, though, we've got another team taking the win. So Formulation Gaming didn't able to get the 3 chicken dinners back-to-back. August haven't able to put 3 chicken dinners on themselves after getting back-to-back on Diego. So it's going to be a new team taking the win. SRM, definitely, I'm going to say, more warm than Push and Shoot. But Push and Shoot, I seen them last week. They were able to get a clutch up. They are able to put chicken dinners on the board. The only downside is SRM have got the advantage. They are split from them. So for me, SRM might be able to generate the angles. Downside though from SRM is if they're isolated, if Push and Shoot identify one and go, hey, and do you know what? We can just get this 1 kill, 2 guns on 1. We'll just go exchange the fight and it will win our way. This is exactly what they're doing now. Unfortunately,
and that's the first.
Get 1 final player, and surely hasn't got it in the tank.
There's no nades available too, so Allosaur has to get in here, has to get into the smoke if he wants to finish off the kill, but the player still managed to survive. Just at the end, Hakatori, does he hear the footsteps?
Ooh.
The nade perhaps covering it up a bit, goes for the peak, hits the shot. That's going to be a 1-on-1 now. He spotted out the last player too, and he should be able to get the rest going. But Allosaur from behind is able to call that out. Now does get finished up. The nade not quite landing. Hakatori finding himself on the back foot. If that last nade just about hits, no, it does not. Oh, it's come down to the wire. Hakatori needs to get that mech kit off if he wants to stay alive, with Nex now pushing, taking matters into his own hands.
He doesn't have the vest though. Look, his vest is cracked. He's going to take more damage here. This nade could be not bad, and yeah, it is. You kind of look at that and go, I think it's going to come further away from the blue wall. So you go, hey, it's going to come away. He's not going to be sitting on the blue. 10 kills though for them. 20-point game. I think it's an August win overall, and generally really good fun, especially for me. I had a really good fun. Thank you very much for coming to cast a bit of PUBG. I know we have casted Rainbow Six, and we'll be casting Rainbow Six later on this week. If not, I'll be doing with a production though. But most importantly, before we say goodbye, give this man a follow. I'll make sure TW puts all of his details in chat. Give him a follow on our social medias, and more importantly, give him some love and support on Twitch as well, because he is a caster. I will prize him in to do some more PUBG. I just think naturally really good comms and really good understanding of the games as well. So I've had good games. There's no point really waiting out for the leaderboard. I'll let you guys and girls go have a look at that. Exclamation mark Twire, exclamation mark leaderboard. But again, give this man a follow. And hopefully we see each other again on another PUBG cast. I'm hoping you coming back.
Oh, definitely, man. It was a lot of fun today. It was very exciting too. I did not expect it to go this way. I felt like it was probably just going to be a team or two just running away with it, but it got down to the wire at the end, and definitely had a lot of fun being here today.
Yeah, it is. Well, I love about PUBG, especially in the last game. It's always a bit of a strange one. Plus the new maps as well. They're kind of bringing back, I suppose, from a viewership point of view, different because you're able to. Yes, we played it in ranked, but with esports, people are mentioning in chat. We've got the gliders. We've got all the new deployables. We saw loads of different deployables last week. We're seeing more shields this week. So it looks like the teams are naturally getting comfortable with the esports settings now in the map. I'm eager to see. Hopefully, I should be able to put another cast on tomorrow, but I'll let you guys know I am in London tomorrow. But if not, we'll be later on the week, which will be up on our Voltage League, our Rainbow Six. I gave you guys a little snippet on my own channel last week. I'll see if I can do the same again this week. Yeah, just give us a follow on Twitter at Elite Sports EU. That will be able to give you the most information up to date, what's going on. We're in a lot of discussions about other events that are coming up, not just in PUBG, but also Rainbow Six. So look, stay tuned. But that's enough from me and TW. We'll throw you guys out to a break and we'll go raid someone as always. And I'll see you guys, if not tomorrow, it'll be Wednesday. Peace.
No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' rise. No need for the telephone hype. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the